This is off the backbone of Diane Yap's bullshit that I posted about, and that they are still doing, and are consistently still doing, from that material content. That woman that she was using as the case of, well, men, there will be women who will marry you, but they won't be 10 out of 10 models. Is that acceptable for you? Her presupposition is that that is never going to be what men want, because what men want is fuckable bimbo dolls. Meanwhile, many of you have seen pictures of what I'm with. I almost said what I'm banging, but no, I won't be so cursed right now. Many of you have seen videos, examples, and know exactly what kind of woman I am partnered with. Do you think that Natasha is such a woman, statuesque in figure and size? In my eyes, yes, the fuck she is. Especially when she's sitting on my head. But no, she's not Cutie Cinderella, right? Yet, right now, a part of that drama that's still going on that we haven't gotten to yet, we have people unironically behaving as though men are meant to be attachments that were reflections of the women that they're dating, and not men on their own. How many times have we been seeing people say, well, Ludwig, you're embarrassing Cutie with how you're behaving. Cutie's the one that revealed that Collargate was, in fact, the lie that many of us knew that it was. Because here she is, stunting, like all white women do, with the niggas, giving away the game. That Hassan, in fact, does abuse his dog, does, in fact, have a shock collar, does indeed hurt the dog by probably having the collar on too tight, just like he did with the last dog, does use it for clout, does use it as a stream prop, and all this other shit too. You don't see a man getting involved in this kind of problem. You don't see men getting that. It's because they have respect for animals, just as much as we respect the position and the opinion of women that deserve our support and our protection. Because not every woman deserves our protection.
That I don't know, I've never really heard of people working in the industry and not understanding that, like, these are like probably the only, this is like the only data set we really get that can be super reliable, as opposed to like VG charts. I don't know how they do it now, but I remember back in the day, a lot of it was like they would call random stores and have like basically a data set that they would put the numbers into and try to garner the numbers and then correct them later. Alinea does a very similar thing. They have like kind of a bespoke data system where they try to garner the numbers and then they make backwards corrections. But the only thing I'm trying to say is that this particular data, you don't see the transparent numbers if you don't subscribe. At least I don't know how it is anymore, but this is the way it was when I used to read the numbers. You would get literal Excel spreadsheets that were many thousands of cells long. And what I was saying on my show recently was like, we would at IGN often scroll to the bottom because like immediately, because random shit would get ingested. Like a random 32X game was dug up behind someone's, you know, in the back room of an EB and they sold it. Or like a Dreamcast game.
Right.
And so like every little thing would be tracked.
Yep.
And what's funny is that I think you might have had a point about the unreliability of Circana data or NPD data as it was back in the day, maybe 5 or 10 years ago. But as of 2023, when they started ingesting the digital data directly from the storefronts, their numbers became extremely accurate. They're probably more accurate than they've ever been since the retail only era.
And that's the problem here, is that you're trying to talk about yesteryear shit that would apply to you, Mr. Enthusiast, versus people getting this shit right from the goddamn API. Suddenly the API is incorrect. We can't trust it. You can be able to see it right goddamn now. You can see it right goddamn now. For free. You want to get Circana for free. But you can look at the numbers from the fucking storefronts directly. Right now. Even if you just use Steam. Get them right now. And you and all this industry professionalism that you kept quoting that you had is getting exposed by an actual journalist who not only knows his news, but plays the games. This is where keeping it real goes horribly wrong. They believe in this hierarchy of things that in that world do apply. There is a meta inside of Exile. There is choices where this choice is obviously better than another choice. Having the ability to overhit the enemy's resistances and inverse the resistances and gain damage for having spent life on my skills. Mandatorily, manufacturally good, literally a part of the metagame. But these choices that we have here, in this sandbox of ours, they behave the same as them. The patch comes through, They see their friend doing what would be an exploitative, big damage build. They want to do that build. But the version of the build that they get to play, that they were sold on, it's been changed fundamentally in the game. It doesn't do the same thing it does anymore. It might still be good, but because they didn't experience the peak efficiency, top tier experience, game suck, game bad. So they try to please those new incoming people who are a part of them. They then get locked on to a certain archetype that then befits their mindset. So the shotgun users, the light armor penetrating users, they are effectively the blasters and the mappers, whereas people like me, the bossers, that learn the mechanics of the game, we can make do with anything, because learning how to scale is more important than learning how to cheese, which is to say, learning how to play the game is more important than learning how to ignore mechanics of the game. Da-da! These individuals then tell them, have you tried not basing your entire success in all the eggs of one basket? They then say, no, you can't tell me how to play. I can play the way I want. And they remind them, we're not telling you that you can't play the way you want. I'm telling you, stop trying to break a brick wall with a toothbrush. You have to tell them that they suck to their face, and then encourage them to get better. You cannot necessarily bully them, but you have to tell them, you suck at this game. Let me show you how to summarize this shit. So, we're going to get into it. We're going to talk about it and more. However, assuming that you are amongst those who wish to call in, the call-in link is posted inside of YouTube. !Yap-In to be able to get the link in your relevant chat. We are live on 4 platforms. I'd be live on 5, but I don't want to fuck around right now with the thing going on in the background. Get your questions in. The time starts now. Speaking of starting now, we go to our almost time-honored tradition to open call-in. Saf, how you feeling?
Hello?
Yes, how you doing, Saf?
I'm feeling alright. Getting used to the weather changing.
Talk to me, girl. What's new?
Getting stuff moved around. Like, I haven't been getting up too early in the morning. So, sleeping in. I remember missing the premiere for the Kirby Air Riders Direct, or whatever it's called.
Take your time.
Well, I haven't seen anything too crazy besides the Smiling Friends thing where they insert the characters in after the scene, and that's about it.
I've seen that. I'm not really sure how I feel about it. I don't necessarily think I care. I think it's just somebody having fun. I saw that there are some people who thought that it was somebody from Smiling Friends trying to make the game into, or make this situation to a plant, where it's like they're gonna bring this character up in terms of like memeability, like, haha, look guys, we did the meme. We recognized the meme that happened online. Wink, 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 wink. I don't know about that. I know that most people are agreeing that it was made in such a way where the ability that it was well made to almost nearly kill the joke on purpose was seemingly purposeful. Outside of that, I couldn't tell you. But outside of those things, I am of the opinion that it is what it is. It just is what it is. Somebody was fucking around, somebody was having fun, because they were having fun with the thing that they were doing. Everybody else found it really funny that it was happening. It then became a small mimetic meme outside of all of the HD drama, and it just is there. Couldn't tell you anything else about it. That'd be up to the chat room. Call into the show, !Yappin.
I think there's another thing I saw. Well, it seems like lately I've been getting to some Twitter spats, and I try not to. But I don't know if you've seen that post about I don't know how to pronounce her name. It's Hungarian. It's Yuhika?
Nope. Don't know what you're talking
about. You know the little comics of that female character?
Are you talking about Jusika?
Yeah, but it's pronounced differently in Hungarian.
Do I look Hungarian? No, I'm not Hungarian.
I'm not Hungarian either. I just didn't know how to pronounce the name.
In any case, what about Jusika?
There was a Twitter account called Lefty Pole, and they posted an illustration of the character wearing a bikini with the hammer and sickle on it. And I saw a quote tweet from somebody, and from a mutual, and they were replying to somebody else. And what this person said, Eunice, saying leftist men will unlearn everything but their blatant misogyny. You can tell in 2016 that they had an anti-social justice warrior / feminist phase. And I'm like, are you fucking serious?
Sounds pretty homosexually gay.
Well, yeah, but this is a feminist saying this. She claims to be not a TERF, but hold on, I'm sorry.
Holding. She'll return shortly, chat. Let me answer some questions in the meantime. Hello, Extra Crusher. The two choices between subbing is YouTube and Twitch. If you want to sub YouTube as a member, go ahead. I understand that you have your preconception notion about Twitch. Besides that, we still are building up the Kick resource so that Kick can do payouts. And Subscribestar has always been a choice. It is just a matter of whether or not you all actually want to use that. Because for some of you, it is meant to be a Patreon alternative. But historically speaking, you guys just prefer using YouTube. So I'm not trying to force anybody to particularly use it outwards. But it's how I was keeping track of some of my more basic, originally before getting a Ko-fi account, some of the original methodologies for keeping up with recurring payments from people supporting long-term that wanted a Patreon alternative that already themselves did not like and did not want to use things like Ko-fi. Because Ko-fi, for some of you, is a more immediate, direct-to-me donation source. Because Subscribestar payments would only be done when the cash-out payment reaches a base number. And most of the time, that is by request. And that's always been open by request. Whenever a person wants to say, Carl, I will pay you to do X. However, most of you guys just preferred using Ko-fi for that. Because it's like money in the hand, man. Instead of when Subscribestar decides to pay it to me. Because just like all the other ones, it has to build, and then I get to request it, and then it is sent to me after some time. So, the taxed payment source of Ko-fi, that does it twice. First, Ko-fi takes its cut, and then PayPal takes an additional cut for immediately to the card versus over time to the bank for free. That's a system that in the future is going to be an option as well. But since what we're trying to do is to grow the audience and community and continue pushing our reaches to the stars above, we can't quite blast off if we don't do that. So that's the caveat there.
Okay, I am back. I apologize. I was getting a phone call.
Continue.
But what I was saying about that is that, like, how, I guess, from what I've noticed, how feminists treat men that try to side with them and help them, they basically still treat them like they're monsters for even showing any kind of attraction to a woman. And it's something that's always bothered me for a very long time.
Feminists lie, what us do.
Yeah, but like, you know, they have all these things where they said, like, how come men don't talk to us? How come they don't date us? How come women aren't talking to us? Saying all this stuff about us. I don't understand. Why are they saying that we're evil and we're sex negative? That's not who we are.
I mean, in terms of, like, most conversations, at that point, that just becomes the normal incel, femcel conversation. Why don't men talk to us? Why don't they put themselves out there? We're scared. Well, so the men. To the point that it is a contusion. That is one of the working points in the reworked War Mannequin video that is, like, several months in editing since I changed the scope of what I wanted that conversation in that to be about. Because it was what it was. It's an entire fucking thing in its own regard. But in terms of feminists latching onto an issue and deciding to use a pet peeve problem to try and buy people in, that's on the element of that conversation that I posted for the video for Diane Yap, which was basically a woman saying, haha, look at all of these men being upset. These men don't actually want problems. They want to bitch, whine, and moan. And it's like, this is not solving problems. This is just you picking on a group that can't fight back often and often would not get support from people to help them support fighting back. It's just bullying with extra steps, and it's retarded, and it doesn't deserve to be looked at and seen. Because it's just being done for content at the end of the day. Somebody like me, I'll get accused of only getting interested in something for the means of content. But it all reaches back around to a point of relevancy where it is, I'm talking about this because you're talking about this, rather than I'm only interested because of money. So the grifting angle there exists twofold, where it's being done by women to have a punching bag that won't be able to punch back, that the only people who will punch back are the other women, and the other women are usually the honey badgers. Because unless people have forgotten that the group, they still exist, they continue doing what they're doing, and it continues to be the case that in the culture, the people who end up getting discussed and end up becoming a part of the conversation are the undesirables. The undesirables usually being people such as TikTok influencers and content creators, as well as your sex abstinies, of course. These people having conversations and other people not participating in the conversations in places where they decided to cede the ground to somebody else instead of just being in the conversation, period. Maybe that's not what you necessarily were trying to talk about, but whenever it comes up to feminism being discussed publicly on a platform, it's all of those different layers of people talking about the issue until they decided, I'm not getting enough clout off of this. It's time to switch targets to another thing to talk about, if you know what I'm talking about. It is what it is, what it is, what it is, what it is. So, that's really what I think about that at the end of the day, because it doesn't amount to something other than clout and clout sharking. And I don't like rewarding those people with attention already. So it is what it is.
And
Go ahead. Go on.
well, then, like, I did make a reply to that person, and okay.
Take your time.
You know, where I was talking about the context of that picture, and I was like, I'm a woman, and I don't find this picture objectifying. Am I also not allowed to find Drika attractive because of this? And their reply to me was to say, I'm black, and I don't find this racist, as in a mocking kind of tone, right?
Yeah, many people are retarded.
And she says that I'm a woman, and I found it objectifying. I don't give a shit that you're a woman, and I definitely don't know why you believe that somehow gives you credibility here.
Yeah, so that's a retarded and selfish woman. The exact kind of feminist that I intentionally antagonize and do not give credence to. Because it's just a goalpost, and it's just an attack vector. She doesn't actually care.
Well, I mean, I have not received a reply back from her after I said, basically, all this objectifying stuff that you're saying is performative. And people make exceptions for either characters. Now, I didn't have enough characters, you know, to say this. But they make exceptions for characters or people that they like. And they express their desires openly, might I add, towards these figures.
Mm-hmm.
And I also don't see how a fictional woman in bikini harms real women in general, because you go online and you see women, they post pictures of themselves wearing bikinis every day. It doesn't matter if they're by the pool or at the beach or in their room, you're gonna see it every day. And it's not because of the patriarchy or whatever.
I mean, much more simple and much more aggressively simplistic than that. Out here shaking it for the price of a burger combo. Well, actually, technically now, the inflation, coochie-flation chat has made it worse. It's now the price of a family meal. It's gone from something like $14 to $15 to fucking $30.
And this is true?
At the end of the day, the argument is going to be something. Men ogling women is bad for women because men hate women and only sexually objectify them and see them as objects, whereas men are seen as women by people. And that's just obviously not true because they've never talked to a fucking man. Men are the yearners of the relationship. They're the ones that long for and wish to be a part of and wish to have women around them because they respect them and their mind. If it were not the case that this is something that men do, then you would not be seeing men be the first ones to say, "Nah, you're retarded." Because it is the case, and it is the truth. Men like women. We like being around women. We like having women. It is not about having the agency and the effectiveness and the collaboration of women with us, but only the way we want to. We like having women around us. We like having them in our hobbies. We like having them in our spaces. We like having them in our beds. We like having them in our families. We even do this thing called breeding with women, where we have families with them. We love women, but we don't like the people who act like child and then choose to claim the position of woman when it benefits and suits them. Because those aren't women. Those are manipulative, toxic people. In that itself, with that explanation, there would be a person who would say, "Well, see, you're one of those incels then. Why do you have to specify like that?" Because that's what it is. Fuck you. You people do not actually like society. You don't like people in society. You don't like being a part of society either. You guys explicitly want men to shut up and allow themselves to be subsumed as playthings and victims. And that is not healthy for any party, but it's certainly not healthy for society and for relationships. This is off the backbone of Diane Yap's bullshit that I posted about, and that they are still doing, and are consistently still doing, from that material content. That woman that she was using as the case of, well, men, there will be women who will marry you, but they won't be 10 out of 10 models. Is that acceptable for you? Her presupposition is that that is never going to be what men want, because what men want is fuckable bimbo dolls. Meanwhile, many of you have seen pictures of what I'm with. I almost said what I'm banging, but no, I won't be so cursed right now. Many of you have seen videos, examples, and know exactly what kind of woman I am partnered with. Do you think that Natasha is such a woman, statuesque in figure and size? In my eyes, yes, the fuck she is. Especially when she's sitting on my head. But no, she's not cutie Cinderella, right? Yet, right now, a part of that drama that's still going on that we haven't gotten to yet, we have people unironically behaving as though men are meant to be attachments that were reflections of the women that they're dating, and not men on their own. How many times have we been seeing people say, well, Ludwig, you're embarrassing Cutie with how you're behaving. Cutie's the one that revealed that Collargate was, in fact, the lie that many of us knew that it was. Because here she is, stunting, like all white women do, with the niggas, giving away the game. That Hassan, in fact, does abuse his dog, does, in fact, have a shock collar, does indeed hurt the dog by probably having the collar on too tight, just like he did with the last dog, does use it for clout, does use it as a stream prop, and all this other shit too. You don't see a man getting involved in this kind of problem. You don't see men getting that. It's because they have respect for animals, just as much as we respect the position and the opinion of women that deserve our support and our protection, because not every woman deserves our protection. There's a bunch of societal issues and problems that are being mainlined as a part of the conversation as though they are the same thing, and they are not. And it's being done by individuals who know that they're lying when they say this shit out of their mouth. They know that they're not being honest, and it's really annoying watching them be dishonest, because many people will then quote that and then use that as the example of why it must be the case that it's just obviously true. Now, unfortunately, your 15 minutes are up. We're trying to get multiple things out today. So,
Okay.
with that being said, on the issue of Jusika and the feminists trying to claim that she's evil poo-poo sexism, they didn't give a fuck when she was popular not too fucking long ago. Because that's technically a person that has been used as like a sex icon for a while on the platform. And they only care now because they're looking for yet another thing to try and get the icky cootie response from people on the subject matter of. That's it. That's all it is. It is the icky poo-poo nasty cuties response. They want you to say, we're not sexist, we don't find this sexual, you guys are the weird ones. That's all they're doing. Don't give it to them. Don't let them. Call them a retard to their fucking face.
I mean, I feel like I'm a bit too nice for that, and I don't want to lose my account. There's ways I can say it without...
You can take a screenshot, you can, alongside the other thing that you can do whenever you're posting it. You can take a screenshot of the full discussion of what you want to say to them, and inside that you can call them a retard. You can call them whatever slur you want. Because you don't need to, it's not a serious question. It's not a serious question being had by serious people. So treat them accordingly. That's all it is. That's all
I'm
it
just
is.
used to being more diplomatic and having to, you know, properly word what I say out instead of just straight out insulting them. I say that for other platforms, but not Twitter.
I mean, at the end of the day, it is a question not of diplomacy, but of silly, poo-poo, dumb people. They are not serious people. It's not a serious conversation. So don't give them serious answers. Treat them unseriously, because they are unserious people. It's the same response that the left was trying to use with free speech. They don't believe in free speech. They don't care about free speech. It is a weapon and it is a tool. They are free-rin demons. It is a manipulation to get you to give you nothing but a baseline contempt for what is a shorthand means of disarming you. They use it because they've gotten power from it before, and they want to use it again. So do not give it to them and spurn them to their face. Many of them will try to do something like try to punish you, but all you do is you just simply call them a unique version of the word that they have never heard before. Insult them and call them a Sitzblinker. That's a German word that means person who sits to pee. Call them a milk chugger. I don't care what you call them. You know who they are. You know what they are. Treat them accordingly. What are they going to do? Report you for calling them a milk drinker?
I don't know. I mean,
Well, knowing these people, they're
not...
bitch made, so they probably will. But you laugh in their face.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
I hope that you do. I hope that you do. I send you forth onto the internet with peace and love. Remember to spay and neuter your pets. And if you have seen the new Burst Strain comic, be like the incel girl. Have fun having fun. And remember that there are people that are dumb. And they unironically walk through this life thinking that it do not be like that, Mr. Stancil. Okay, I release you. Goodbye.
Alright, bye.
Welcome, Boster. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me.
Yes, I'm here. Accepting. Hey, happy Liberty Day, if that's what it's all. Excuse me.
Happy Liberty Day.
Yeah, I'm actually quite enjoying the update, honestly. Specifically, the optimization. So, in that case, it's a big thumbs up for me.
At least somebody likes it. Lord knows these people don't.
Wait, they don't?
There have been people who have been complaining even after getting these updates saying, game sucks, game bad still. But it's the cycle. It's so over, we're so back. This happened to happen. This happened to be the week of Liberty Day, so they're probably currently having fun shooting with the Constitution as a part of the Liberty Day mission order. Because they gave us basically 2 back-to-back guineas. I don't think we're going to get our cape this year. We're looking like we're seeming to be a bit lacking with the kills. But, you know, things can change. Anyways, you tell me, what do you think about the Wine Divers and about the update itself as a whole?
Okay, so let me start with the Wine Divers. They're basically like Chaos Divers. They're just simply irrelevant people that should be just straight up ignored. I mean, you cannot really ignore them because unfortunately most of them are the content creators that are the loudest, which unfortunately also influence the opinions of the majority, and thus we cannot have nice things, the priorities are mixed up, developers don't know really what to focus on, yada yada yada. So I detest these people. I detest whiners in general, maybe because I just simply grow older enough to recognize that, listen, it is what it is, you cannot have everything in your pie, if this is a good analogy, but basically I'm working with, it's just, you cannot please anybody. And I really feel sorry for Arrowhead for having to deal with such a hassle from those people, and I applaud them for being able to cook up the update, because this is leading up to the update itself. I like the update. The optimization feels great, but then again, I'm speaking from the angle of the guy who's playing on a laptop, which is a potato laptop. So I'm just simply glad that the frame rates are more stable, that I get to enjoy game more. I am glad that finally the flying officers are not as big of a hassle when it comes to taking them down. They're still the threat, but it's just less painful to deal with, especially since now the light penetration can actually deal with them. What do I think about the balance when it comes to weapons of, well, it makes sense for me that light penetration would do more durable damage, so aim for the less armored targets for maximal effect. Penetration medium does what it's supposed to do, which is basically, oh, I'm piercing through the armor, but it deals less damage. Again, makes somewhat sort of sense. Okay, quick question. Was it me that I didn't pay attention, or is the fact that now the flash mobs, when you hit their heads, is actually counting as a weak spot? Was it always a thing, or is it now a thing?
Getting granted additional damage is now a thing, but there was always weak points that related to the flesh mob body part. In terms of actual value, it didn't have the effect of killing faster. I believe it maybe had the most minimal amount of additional effect, but in terms of the head chunks, it now does more. So, the main damaged body, the arms, the legs, originally before the update, I have to assume that it was more for the fact that it was durability conversion. The upper body head flesh and the lower body head flesh chunks have durability coverage, namely 25% durability to explosives and 25 and 40 respectively to upper and lower durability conversion on damage. So the lower head flesh body parts could take more durability punishment, and the upper head flesh chunks could do the additional effect. And effectively, because these are all counted as individual zones on the body, this happened to go in part with increasing the coverage of damage that was done because of those zones. The problem with this is that the change made to these parts make it so that the body parts register applied damage prior to breaking, acting as a now 150 multiplier. And the idea behind it was the same vulnerability that had always existed. That they had originally a 2 point, now it's reduced to 1.8. So 80% rather than 100%. Additional damage vulnerability to fire and arc. So explosive damage already is going to do the damage of the attack to all the parts of the body, drain the main health of the body. Fire damage, doing damage to all parts of the body, being amplified by the part that's taking the direct stream of damage, and then the overall tick damage, whether it be napalm, fire heavy, or standard fire. This applies to lasers as well. Logic still applies technically to gas as well, but gas is just more for the control effect, and these enemies shrug the control effect off anyways. It can delay their attacks, but it does not permanently lock them out of their Boolean statements for attacking. And then arc damage, as crazy as it is, with my other beloved, the de-escalator, getting an additional damage increase that makes them even more viable for the purposes that they're designed for, which is to be anti-infantry. All of the additional body part sections were designed as a way to give the overall body parts extra places for fire damage and explosive damage and arc damage to hit. So if I throw a pyro, it's going to hit the body, it's going to hit the head flesh chunks, the lower flesh chunks, the arms, and the legs. Thus turning that 50 damage every spark does into nearly 2,000 damage from a single pyro. It's the same logic that applies to killing a harvester using pyrotechnic grenades, because it's not just the damage of the fire burning it, but it's also the multiple ticks of the sparks going off, and then the overall explosion, just like if you're using a cookable or a impact phosphor grenade to throw it at the body part. It's the kind of damage application that applies to the grenades of the G7 Arc Spark, as well as the de-escalator's propelled grenades. However, with the change from 4.10, which is, say, 4.1.0, what it actually does now is when you hit these flesh chunks, it's going to take your damage and multiply it by 150. That is it. That's really all that's being changed here. So, the complaint basically was, this enemy is a giant bullet sponge. We made it so that when we shoot this bullet sponge, it sets off intentional mini detonators that burn through the health faster. So, the bullet sponge is being shredded quicker when you put damage into those globules. That is it. That's all that's actually happening in terms of actual damage calculation. Now, as somebody has already figured out and has posted on the tactical information of the wiki, what this basically means is, since the update, since they are taking the damage received by 150, you can take a hard-hitting attack, such as the VG7 variable on total, aiming the full salvo to nearly kill the flesh mob with that damage. So as long as there's a head, and that head is not broken, it is going to take all incoming damage to 150% multiplier. Probably not a multiplicative multiplier, but an additive multiplier. So the damage, multiply it by 150, add it with the rest of the damage that's hitting the bodies at the same time, assuming that it doesn't just have AoE clear and pierce. Metaphorically speaking, this should mean that explosive damage is just going to be even much more better and more gooder, because it's taking that explosive damage and it's multiplying that explosive damage across the 6 upper head flesh chunks, but it remains to be seen. Have no clue. But anything that was already shredding it is going to be shredding it even harder. Machine guns, shredding it even harder. The HMG emplacement, shredding it even harder. The attempt to hit with a direct shot from something like an Epoch, which now do 1,000 compared to 800 on its full charge, should now be more good or more better. Besides that, I could not fucking tell you. I couldn't fucking tell you. Because ironically and ideally, it should be functioning the way it's supposed to be functioning. Whatever it functions as and however it behaves now, it is what it is. It appears to be the case that that is what happened. So, durability ballistics, you've got a plasma bolt that does 500 on a full charge and charges from heavy to anti-tank with the Epoch. You shoot it, it gets 500 to 800 ballistic. Then you add on additional 800 explosive damage, 400 explosive damage. You go from 900 to what is supposed to be 1600 now. I thought it was supposed to multiply the ballistic, but perhaps I'm wrong and stupid and dumb. But who fucking knows? Unironically, who fucking knows anymore? Because it's making it harder to understand what is what. Despite that, if that alongside the rupture strain is the only changes made, we should be glad that the fucking whiners didn't get an even worse change made to the game itself. And that was just, I don't know. Like, the things that already work even more now. What was the point of the change? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Again, I'm saying I don't really mind it. Having more obvious weak spots that now, I don't know, different weapons of the ballistic, like a regular Liberator, being better at potentially eliminating the flash mob. I'm just spitballing here right now, but yeah, I guess effectively, as you said, things that work now just work better. So at the end of the day, nothing significant change when it comes to balance. Although, while on the topic of balancing, I will just simply make a quick note that I've noticed how, and I'm pretty sure you probably already mentioned it before, how now, in order to quote-unquote nerf Coyote, they increase the fire resistance on the particular set of enemies. So it is not straight up nerf to the Coyote itself, it's more of let's make Coyote less efficient. And one of the buddies brought this up to my attention, saying that's kind of shitty behavior to stealth nerf the weapons by just buffing the other enemies. And I was like, I don't know, is it worse? Is it better? Should they be more not obvious, but should they be more clear with, okay, we see that the Coyote was way too effective, we have to nerf it, but since the last year of previously before 60 days update, we don't want to really nerf the weapons so that the people will not again go into uprising of, oh my god, you're nerfing weapons, so let's just simply kind of go over around it? What do you think?
I feel the same way about it as I feel about anything that gets some type of explanation or some kind of nerf or stealth buff in that way. The Coyote doing the extra damage that it does still makes it the best weapon in the game. If we're gonna actually talk about best weapons, best content, it still is the best weapon in the game by far. If you want to actually talk about the most effective tactic, the most effective weapons available. As for the actual viability of that damage being applicable thusly, I am in the opinion that it still remains as it already has been and was, which is that, okay, cool, I was going to use those things anyways, and I don't see how this affects me when I chose to use a giant stick of dynamite at the same time that I could have used a grenade. Like, the change, or rather the inclusion of a nerf or change, is not destroying my ability to play the game at all. It can't. Because by its nature, by property, all they did was change a number that if we really want to apply it the way we probably should apply it, has created no serious uproar and no serious problem by us having this change. By that I mean, most people aren't using fire weapons to begin with. If they see a patch that then tells them, because I mean, there's a reason why. Like, if they are saying, this is changing everything, you guys nerfed the weapon by doing this, how many of you actually are using the flamethrower? How many of you actually are using the flamethrower? How many of you are actually using the flamer? How many of you, before and after the change that was made to the fire resistance of the dog walker, were actually making use of it? How many of you actually cared? I don't think they care, is the point that I'm making. Or understand, is the point that I'm making. Because they're too shit at the game. They did not consider that it was an option, that they could have always been using fire, and they wouldn't notice the fire resistance change, because most of them can't hit their fucking shots to begin with anyways. So, fire resistance going up just means that stray attacks aren't going to ignite the enemy. You actually need to be shooting at them with purpose. For the coyote, that means you need to put shots on target. Assuming that they know how to put enough damage into the enemy that it then immolates itself to death, and the way that actual damage effectiveness works. You need more bullets to create the ignition effect. But if you're using a weapon like the coyote that has a medium damage suite, and is one of the better damaging weapons, the damage you would have been losing through ignition is instead coming back to you in the form of ballistics. So the coyote isn't getting nerfed. It's every other means that is only pure ignition damage that gets nerfed, in the form of other fire weapons that are also ballistics. So, the actual suite of weapons, ironically enough, that's getting punished by this is the light armor suite. Looking at you, light armor shotguns that are variants of the Punisher and the Slugger. Or technically, just the Slugger, the Breaker, and the variants of the Punisher. So, Spray and Pray is going to see no real change. But the Incendiary Breaker sees a significant loss, because it's all fire damage. Sure, you have the ballistics part, but you also have the fire part. So, looking at those numbers, and treating those numbers as they are, assuming we like stats at all, you take the damage of that weapon, and you take what it does now, and you compare it to the rest of the suite, since it is used for direct power. So for this, I go to this screen, I go to this screen, I post it up here, and I project this inside. So, for the things that matter, you compare it to its actual functional suite that it's the brother to. So, current patch. The Slugger now does 330 ballistic, and that means it does 90 ballistic. Comparative to all the other weapons in its field, how does that compare to the other weapons? Well, fortunately, the Punisher-style weapons are here. Punisher, Punisher Plasma, Cookout. And then, alongside the Cookout, the other weapon, which should be the Incendiary. I just said it, Incendiary Breaker. So, looking at the suite, if the direct damage does 330, and the original Punisher itself is packing multiple pellets that are doing 45-12, which is a lot of ballistic damage for you to be comparing it to, because this is basically still a designated shotgun that functions like a rifle, because it's that accurate. So, almost damn near DMR versus the actual pellets of a bullet versus the pellet, or the lack of pellet, with the Punisher Plasma, compared to the Cookout, and then also compared to the Breaker Incendiary. The standard damage on this is 240 ballistic, with each pellet doing 20-10. 20 ballistic, 10 durable. And then the ignition strength of that attack is 0.6. That means at least 3 to 4 pellets need to hit the target. That's how the strength works. It's not just I shot you with a pellet and you're lighting on fire. It's I shot you, at least 5 to 6 of my pellets hit you out of the bundle of, on this one, 12, compared to the Cookout, which is 20. Which, for comparison, is 16-3. It's actually somewhat pathetic compared to the other one, but it's designed for a different purpose. Because that one is loaded by a different capacity, as rounds reload, versus one that's loaded by a magazine. Right? So, same status strength. What happens here, they both have different capacity. You need to be up close and personal to make the ignition of the Breaker Incendiary function. But it has more weight because there's less pellets. So it's more potent. You follow me?
Yes.
The Cookout, also shotgun, more pellets, meaning weaker, especially if you're shooting from range with a capacity of 16. I won't bother you all with the math, but a shot at medium range distance, 50 meters away, assuming you're in a point break situation, you are the point holder, the hard point is the door behind you. Enemies from your left to your right in a 180 cone. You sweep that shit across the field. No customization, so no duck bill. Sorry, Ignition lovers, which includes me. No duck bill. So, normal spread pattern, comparable to the spray and pray, and to all other shotguns in its class, which also technically includes the Holt. If I shoot this weapon, 90% of the time, at 50 meters, I might hit the same group of enemies, and they might get ignited. The further out from 50 that I go, shooting at further and further targets away from me, the less effective the ignition power starts. That is it. The Cookout has more damage, because it has more pellets. Obviously, 200 versus 320. It does not have the same power of its durability. I think it needs this, because it's a part of the light armor suite, but in their logic, light armor rifles are not the same as shotguns. The power of the shotgun is to be up close. Drag does kick in, and that's the problem. If you're at a further distance away, you need more pellets to start the ignition. So you cannot use a shotgun like it's a fucking laser cannon. Period. That's it. That's it. That's all that's happening. You can't take pot shots and randomly ignite an entire bundle of patrol members. You have to be up close and personal, which means if you're already that close, you're already going to be getting the ignition effect, and you're not going to notice a difference, especially because of the horizontal recoil, the actual ergonomics, and the sway. And then the drag of your weapon, decreasing the power of your bullets.
Alright. Makes perfect, total sense. So, at the end of the day, what are you talking to me and talking about the intricacies of the update? Basically, almost nothing really changed, because the things that's supposed to work even slightly better.
Yes.
Is this what I'm getting at? Okay.
More or less. like when it comes to the problem of ignition, and ironically, Exo Crusher kind of hits it on the head here. The problem with it is that in any game that has a status effect, the Coyote and other forms of ignition are supposed to, outside of specific conditions of the archetype, meant to be a buildup that then causes the burn. So, Incendiary and Cookout would probably be two weapons inside the Fire Suite that it has a reduced threshold. So imagine a threshold from 0 to 100. The Incendiary and the Cookout does 50% damage to increase that bar 50%. You get hit enough by the bullets, by their weapon strength, they stack onto each other, burn. Same thing with bleeds. You get hit multiple times by something that can bleed you, bleed. And then it drains the bar. Versus how it currently works, which is that once enough bullets have started the ignition, or are hitting you to create the ignition effect, the ignite takes place and then just keeps getting refreshed the more times the bullet hits you. What it would be good to change it to is that ignite has to be an effect that you start on the person as conflagration, because most of the damage effects that deliver fire create it as a truth factor. You were touched by fire, therefore you're on fire. You are inside of a currently burning napalm field. You are going to be lit on fire now. It is a static ground effect that is delivering the crowd control and the damage effect to you, rather than the bullet hitting you. That is different, that is fine, that's how it's supposed to be. Because that's the reason why fire spread through a stream hitting you versus a napalm barrel blowing up nearby you is different. There should be different rules for primary weapons and their delivery systems when made applicable. So if we ever get an incendiary grenade launcher, I should be able to shoot you with the grenade. And assuming that the grenade itself has a projectile damage, just like the de-escalator, that projectile damage does not create the ignition. It's the arming of the grenade and the explosion of the grenade that then delivers the effect that spreads the effect. By increasing the threshold that the enemies have for this, it means that those secondary methods of igniting. I threw a cookable grenade and an enemy was nearby it. That's fine. I threw a pyro grenade and the pyro sparks were spinning and it did damage to me directly with the ballistics, and then the ignition happened and it exploded. That's okay. I shot somebody from 500 meters away and one pellet of my incendiator hit them, and they're now dying of fire that they cannot put out. That's not okay. That's it. That's all that happened there. That's the nerf.
Well, I do recall when the first incendiary core of the automatons were deploying, and the biggest obstacle when dealing with them were the shotgunners with the shields. Because, as you said, it didn't matter at what distance they would hit you. One small pellet from 100 meters, and you were already ignited on fire.
Yes.
That was the biggest hustle, and it was almost a necessity to wear anti-fire suits. Preferably salamander, because in addition to 150 armor class, you also had the fire protection of 80%, so they stuck up, so you would not immediately turn into a turkey on the Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and yes, and that was what originally caused them to do the original fire change, where they rebalanced that weapon. Now it's not the fire that kills you, it's the instantaneous ballistic damage from the shotgun in your face, because they're wielding a shotgun! And it's like, in the minds of these individuals, we can't win, it's still busted. Stay on the side of the body that has the shields. Engage them at a distance with a weapon that does not make you get up close. If you are going to, move from side to side, favoring the side that has the shield so they cannot beam you. You'll live. No, that's too much! No, that's too much!
Yeah, and we are circling back to the wine. When you when you break it down to me, right? You break it down and everything makes sense. I just simply cannot do the people saying, "Oh, it's still bad." It's like, what? Then what would make it for you folks? Let me rephrase it. What would satisfy you effectively at this point? Because you just have to throw hands in the air and say, "What the hell you guys want?" Like seriously, what do you guys want?
The simple solution for what needs to be done about this people is you need to start hitting them with Get Good. That's the short answer. The overall dynamic of what's happening is the same evolution that happens every time there is a new patch update for Path of Exile 1 and 2, which is that the map blasters, people who don't want to be forced to learn mechanics, they just want to know what the best build is so they can really start it and they can make billions and billions of currency off of it, they are behaving like they are. They believe in this hierarchy of things that in that world do apply. There is a meta inside of Exile. There is choices where this choice is obviously better than another choice. Having the ability to overhit the enemy's resistances and inverse the resistances and gain damage for having spent life on my skills. Mandatorily manufacturally good, literally a part of the metagame. But these choices that we have here, in this sandbox of ours, they behave the same as them. The patch comes through, they see their friend doing what would be an exploitative, big damage build. They want to do that build. But the version of the build that they get to play, that they were sold on, it's been changed fundamentally in the game. It doesn't do the same thing it does anymore. It might still be good, but because they didn't experience the peak efficiency, top tier experience, games suck getting bad. So they try to please those new incoming people who are a part of them. They then get locked on to a certain archetype that then befits their mindset. So the shotgun users, the light armor penetrating users, they are effectively the blasters and the mappers. Whereas people like me, the bossers, that learn the mechanics of the game, we can make do with anything. Because learning how to scale is more important than learning how to cheese, which is to say, learning how to play the game is more important than learning how to ignore mechanics of the game. Da-da! These individuals then tell them, have you tried not basing your entire success in all the eggs of one basket? They then say, no, you can't tell me how to play. I can play the way I want. And they remind them, we're not telling you that you can't play the way you want. I'm telling you, stop trying to break a brick wall with a toothbrush. You have to tell them that they suck to their face, and then encourage them to get better. You cannot necessarily bully them, but you have to tell them, you suck at this game, let me show you how to summarize this shit. If they refuse to take in the internal help, then you have to do the same thing we do over there. When a person says, "Nuh-uh, my build is better," you physically show them the data. You prove to them. You give them proof of concept. Your build looks like it's dumb and it's bad and it can't succeed and it makes no currency. Here's my build doing all content, triviating all of the game, and I literally did it off of a budget of a shoestring. Oh my god, wow! I can't believe it! Wow! Damn! Same thing. Same thing. It's the exact same dynamics of the conversation. All the way down to, well, I guess you're just dog shit. I guess you're just bad, bro. Like, they don't know how to use the weapons in their arsenal. This is the problem that we're having. Every time we want to have a discussion about balance, they do not know how to use the weapons in their armament. They don't know how to use them. They don't care to know how to use them. They were promised something that they weren't getting, and that itself is the issue. It's so fucking lazy and dumb. Yes, I know about Halo Campaign Evolved. I saw Ezra Crusher. Unfortunate, but it is a constant conversation that keeps coming back because they only care about the mechanics that they use. So a sword user only wanting to care about sword archetypes cares infinitely about the sword archetypes. Doesn't care about those. Bow archetype cares infinitely about all projectile form, but they don't care about spells. Spell user cares infinitely about the many ways they can scale their spell damage, as well as all the ways that they can cheat and get a little bit more damage with a little less and more involvement. Still an individual who doesn't necessarily care about what's going on with weapon effects and crossboard. Port that over to Helldivers 2. You got a bunch of friend slop divers that do not care about the mechanics of the game. They're more interested in how they can effectively and formally be able to cheat that system by design. They want someone to justify their viewpoint and their mindset that it is okay to be lazy and not actually learn how to play the game on a fundamental level. Then when we have the conversation about, hey, have you considered not being shit at the game? It then becomes an indictment on their character and upon who they are. That they're being told, hey bro, it's not fucking Stardew Valley. You actually do have to work with other people. You can't just say, well, you have to play the game my way, and if you don't do it, I'm going to kick you from my lobby. That's not a proper response. And yet that's the response most of them have. Because they keep taking this promise that they were never given from the developers. From things like the box art, for example, saying, you promised us overpowered weapons. This weapon doesn't do 9 billion damage and 9 billion defense, and I'm immortal while using it, and I never blow myself up with it. Because it wasn't promised to you. That's not how it works. And holding them to the account that they actually have to learn how to play the game is what then leads to you needing to show them how to play the game. That was the backbone and the basis behind why I designed my Helldivers Guide and why I am designing my Helldivers Guide and its module content the way that I am. I'm giving them bare bones lessons from the start, from page 1. So when a person goes to my guide and says, wow, I can't believe I didn't know that about the game. Why didn't you know it? Did you take the time to learn it? No? How the fuck didn't you? Because really, they're getting involved. And there are players that got involved for reasons other than fun. Like, you're having fun playing the game. You're naturally learning. Assuming you didn't just jump in with all your friends like it was a new patch of League of Legends or some other game that you play, why would you be engaging in it in a way where you're not already aware of what your guns do? What possesses you to do that to yourself? The only thing that I can think of is that it is incumbent upon them to do it in a way where they feel like it's not something they're missing out on. So they are only willing to be deeper involved in the material when it comes to the amount of effort. So let's take, for example, the use of the laser cannon. If to get more damage off the laser cannon, Buster, you had to be within a charge zone on the heat of the gun. Not too overcharged, but not too undercharged either. If this became the basis upon how the weapon had to function, they would be molding never-endingly. Do you know why?
I'm blinking out. Do tell.
Mechanics. That's it. Mechanics. The mechanics of the weapon say, I need you to operate within this efficiency. You need to be just overheated enough, but not too overheated. Oh my god, that's too much effort! Why can't I just plug the thing and shoot and kill? And at some level,
right,
that is the case. But it's like, you chose this weapon. You're making a video where you're saying, look guys, this is the most broken weapon in the game. This is the most broken build you can do. Meanwhile, you can't even make the build function naturally, and you don't see the value to it until somebody else tells you, have you tried using it, bro? Have you actually tried using the gun well? And that person says to you, no, you guys are you're just glaze diving. You're just glaze diving. You're just insulting people because you think you know everything. Oh, there you guys go again, harassing the rest of us real game players. And until somebody like me comes along and says, here's how you can manage this. Here's the trick of the trade. Here's how you actually learn the mechanics of this weapon. And it's not some subterfuge means of just ignoring the mechanics and using something else differently or something cheeky like that. You actually learn how to do what I say to do in the guide. Like if you were to have an ability to talk back to me as a person reading it saying, well, Mr. Streamer, it's too hard doing that. Like, we try to make it work and I can't find a way to make it work. How am I supposed to get good? And then I actually give them the answer. What's supposed to happen then is they say, oh, wow, thanks, Mr. Streamer. I can't believe it was that easy the entire time. Now I'm definitely going to be smart about how I do things and not be lazy at all. If that were the case,
Ideally.
if that were the case, then there would be no discussion. There would be no insulting these people in their intelligence, because they'd actually be being involved in the intelligence. They would be actually playing the game. But they want to take shortcuts. Every time, they want to take shortcuts. And the shortcuts for the solution of the problem always amount to they didn't automatically play themselves, so they are bad. The gun doesn't automatically do everything I want it to do and more. Therefore, it's dog shit and it's bad. Versus, yeah, it takes a little bit of work, but once you get over that inch-high barrier of learning how to aim your gun, you'll find so many more weapons out there for you. Much like teaching somebody a new archetype in fucking Magic the Gathering, or any other game that has some level of a skill floor and a skill ceiling. I don't want to have to get good at the game. I just want the game to automatically let me win, bro. It's not that kind of game. And the sooner that those people accept that that is the case, the sooner many of them will actually be able to enjoy Helldaggers. Because if they only ever go off of what they heard from consensus is a good build, or a good character, or a good weapon, then they're never actually going to become better at the game. It doesn't matter how much you nerf the enemy until you nerf the enemy into the floor, that there is no skill expression. Because every single bit of the game's mechanics, both the ones we learn and the ones that we create for ourselves through the efficiency of the actual meta tactics, the actual stratagems that aren't the stratagems we wield, but the actual battle advice that they can learn from each other and from the game's internal response system. That can't work unless they're willing to put in some lab work. They have to be willing to lab. They have to be willing to listen and learn from the game just as much as they can from each other. And it's supposed to be our job to help them do this, or at least my job to help them do this, as content creators and as designers of content and stuff, because that is what then gets them deeper involved. That's what then gets them to be a part of the content cycle. If I just say, you suck at the game, you're bad, and you're never going to learn how to get better, without explaining the reason I say that is because they're not actually putting in the time and effort to become good, then it's just people autistically yelling at other people and calling other people who are acting retarded retards. And that is not the goal of what individuals like myself seek to do. We want them to put in the mandatory work so that they can understand and realize, oh wow, I can't believe that because I was being so disinvolved that I was truly costing myself this level of time and attention. Because that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. They are costing themselves their own intrigue and their own influence to what they're trying to become involved in. And the more people like myself try to teach them the game, the more they pull away from those natural lessons. Like, if the game mandated that you needed to learn how to use certain weapon types, the same way that the block-like builder that I was doing in between time for the updates on that stream, Baroni did, where the game puts you through actual weapon trials, teaches you the deeper mechanics of how everything in the game works with. Unironically, would actually solve a lot of these problems. If we had the game say, you're not allowed to go to the battlefield until you have used all of the basic stratagems inside of the mobilization order. All of the basic stratagems that are available on the PAC. You use every single supply weapon, for example. This supply weapon applies this. This supply weapon applies that. This weapon does this. This weapon does that. This weapon does this. This weapon does that. If that were the way the game functioned, we wouldn't have these problems, because they would unironically already know how to play the game. They are in this position where that is how they are experiencing the content, because they haven't gotten there yet. They are affected by this the same most would be affected by, right? They're new babies learning a new game. They have no idea how that game really is going to function at the peak of its efficiency. They don't need to. They just need to learn what their buttons do. They get mad that they can't control that income and that problem as new divers. The experienced diver then tells them, bro, you don't need to worry about all that right now. Like the old adage of sometimes you need to lie to the noobs, you know? Like, I don't want to tell you how to play the game because it's not time to tell you how to play the game. You should just be experiencing it in the lab. You should be experiencing it on your own devices. And by experiencing it to your own devices, you will naturally come to the same conclusion that we have as experienced players. And in that way, if it were to happen like that, then they would be seeing no deeper issues and problems, and there'd be nothing to argue about. Because then it's just, oh, yeah, I forgot that about that weapon. Because I just didn't do that thing. It'd become very easy to tell who did the tutorial and who did not. Because this is all common knowledge. But, you know, you can't tell me the way that I should play means that we can't be able to tell them, yeah, you kind of are making this harder for yourself. And it just becomes a back and forth, where it's harder for us to get the developers to understand that it's not everybody, it's just these motherfuckers, because it's so easy to forget that it is the case, that it is a specific selective group that is only superficially engaged in the game as far as it goes to making the money. And then, away from that issue, so away from the, I don't know what my buttons do, to the, well, why should that matter? It matters because if you're not actually engaged in the content of the game, as many people wish to claim that they do and are, and it is instead that you are hoping that somebody else does the work for you, and does the lesson for you, and does the teaching for you, and discovers the advice for you, just like Path of Exile. Oh man, I'm not able to make any currency. There's thousands of ways to make currency. Have you tried using any of the ones available? I don't want to use those ones. I'm going to use the one that I wanted to use. Well then, bro, get good at the game. You dog shit. Well, you can't tell me that. You're just harassing me. No, I'm telling you to get good at the game because you functionally do not know how to function with the game. Because you're more concerned and more worried about shit that isn't important and never was promised. Like, you're not promised the game is going to make you good and make you better. Stop being dog shit. If we could talk to them in this way, things would be better. But of course, they can't allow you to just harass members of the Discord. They can't allow you to harass random users for whatever purposes, even if they deserve it. That is toxic. So, with that example that I gave before, where a user was mad that I gave basic advice about the Hive Lord, leading to them trying to call for a mod to have me banned permanently from the server, just like the first time that it had happened, and any time after that, there's no reason to be upset. Why do you have to be mad? Why do you have to be mad? There's nothing to be mad about, bro. If you just play the game, you'll know how to fucking function, and you won't need them to make entire sweeping, grandiose game balancing changes, because you'll know how to play the fucking game on a fundamental level. The stuff that doesn't make sense to you will make sense to you. The knowledge will divine itself to you, and wow, I get it. Because you'll actually have learned, rather than just hoping somebody else does it for you. It's like getting somebody to do your homework in school, in high school. Like, you don't understand and you don't grasp the lesson plan because you're not engaged in the material. The main reason why they're not engaged in the material is that the thing that they're engaged with and want to engage is something outside of the lesson. They want to be a part of this lesson plan that says, I can leave high school early if I can stump the teacher with my knowledge. But I can't grasp the lesson because, oh, Mrs. Perkins is just so boring. Man, SinglePlayerCarl, he's just so long-winded. He can't explain his point. He ain't get the point what he's talking about. You just explain it so poorly. But when somebody else touches your point and explains it, I completely get it. By whatever means is necessary to accomplish that goal, by whatever way you have to do it, that is the problem at the end of the day. And unfortunately, those players are experiencing the fact that Odo cannot tell them what they need to know. The fucking Cloud Games, Glitch Unlimited, cannot tell them what they need to know. Because unfortunately, playing the game solo and doing so for content is not the same as actually experiencing and learning the content loop. Because you're not applying yourselves. What good is the information that you're learning from these people to completely make the game simple for you if you're not actually learning how to make the game simple for you? You're just annoying yourself at the end of the day and frustrating yourselves to piss, which then leads to the molding and the seeding and the coping and the arguments. Because then the argument becomes, why is it nobody told me this? And it's like, I don't know. Ask your favorite content creator why they didn't tell you this. Like, why did Mrs. Perkins never tell me that math could be so fun? I don't know. Maybe Mrs. Perkins is a bad fucking teacher. You can't say that, Mr. Carl. I'll say anything I goddamn please. Because it's true. I don't experience this problem. But then, of course, that thing becomes the case of, well, I didn't experience this with my game. So, you know, it must be something special to you. No, I don't understand how you know. I don't know how you people learn. I can only be able to teach you the way that I've set up the content in which to teach. So, when I had that question and I thought to myself, how do I connect to them? And how do I learn what they're struggling with most? My basic answer was, well, I'm going to go to the people. I'm going to meet them where they're at. And at that point, you can understand exactly why people are struggling. Because these niggas are fucking player base. They don't actually play with their audience members. They don't play with their chat members. They don't. They don't engage at all together as a group. They just hate. Like hating ass niggas do. At a distance. To other people. And then, when people call them up in their lives, or ask them the question blatantly, from their content, where they say, Mr. Streamer, you said on your favorite video, I completely broke the game, ! Question mark. This game is so simple, I don't seem to be having it as simple as you are. What is it that you're doing that I'm not doing differently? They can't tell you the secret sauce. Because if they tell you the secret sauce, you're no longer going to watch their content. Because you won't need them. Meanwhile, Mr. Carl, why is it that you have this opinion about these people? Aren't you just being toxic and mean and rude? No. Fight me about it, bitch. Like, fuck you want? What do you mean? I'm supposed to back down on my opinion because the opinion sounds abrasive? It is. It's not a nice opinion of people. I think very lowly of them. They are worse compared to me. I solo your favorite. You think I can't? Prove me wrong. It is a very simple, your guys are dumb kind of problems and arguments. And it would be made better if it were not the case, because they are effectively not doing what they should do and doing well by the player base as they should already. But as long as the devs are the devs, as long as Arrowhead's job is not holding your hand and teaching you to play how to play the game, but is instead making the guides and the updates so that we can be able to actually have fun with it, we will find ourselves in this position non-stop, because it's just the case. It is the case that this is how it functions currently. That this is the mechanism by which knowledge is delivered. I have to insult somebody to get them to give a shit about their own gameplay experience, so that they stop blaming the developers and start blaming themselves. Because they can't keep blaming them forever. They have to eventually look inwards. Maybe they'll give a shit at that point. I doubt it. But maybe if they get some level of self-encouragement and self-improvement that says you can do it, you just have to give a shit, some level of a shit, then maybe the kids will be alright. Until then, the kids are dog shit and trash, and they probably should go back to Fortnite. Go back to whatever their forever game and Friendstop game was before they came to Helldivers. Because they cannot be lazy here and then demand that the developer change the game to the way that they think it should be played, while simultaneously ignoring all basic advice that is both given by the game and is given by people playing it with them as well. They cannot keep doing this. I personally don't want to keep doing it with them. But most importantly, they cannot keep acting as though it is being done to them when it's something they're doing to everyone else at the same time. Because I'm not holding them back. They're holding themselves back. I'm not stealing their fun. They're ruining their own fun. And they should not be allowed to act as though it is not the case. Because it is the case. They were always doing it to themselves. It's just that it's easier now to show who was doing it because of how many people just came out and just started saying, why would that shit from the gums? And then it's like, oh, I didn't realize he was smoking crack. Now I know what he does. It's crack. They're doing crack.
Crazy.
I know that's a long-winded response, but that's the truth. It's just true. It's just true. Let me throw it back to you. What do you think?
Well, I think that unfortunately, as you said, there is multiple elements to it. It's not just one issue. Because as I said it before, yes, you mentioned it that, hey, if the game was instructing the gamer, the player, the new one, from the get-go, it was much more clear. Instead of, I have to look it up somewhere, or I try it myself. Yeah, sorry, that's the thought. Basically, as you said, if the game itself was to teach you from the get-go, as you propose that, hey, you can get to be deployed on the battlefield if you've used up all of the basic necessities, stratagems, so you get the basics of the basics, instead of you just simply drop in, and then you try to figure out on your own, or you look up to the other YouTube content creators, but those content creators don't really care about the intricacies of the game, but they're just simply offering you the most broken build, and they basically say, hey, the game is now too easy because of the build. It's just what I'm trying to get at, I'm sorry, what I'm trying to get at is that sometimes I have a feeling that those content creators are behaving unironically like DSP. They don't give a flying fuck about the game, excuse my French. It's just, if it gives me enough of the content engagement, I get to get the donations, and if the game doesn't play the way I want, then I just simply move on. I say the game is shit, I take away my player base, and we move on to a different one, and it's just a continuous cycle of it. It's just exhausting.
You're not that far off. That is exactly how it's behaving right now. That's the main reason why I said I don't care about the wine divers. The necessary function of being a part of the musculature of what's supposed to make the game better, and these individuals definitely prove, oh, I'm just here for the cash. I'm here for a cash bag. I could give a damn about that. I'm just here for this cash bag. The game is harder, and it's not allowing me to simply ignore all the mechanics that would require me to actually be good. Therefore, it's bad, and you need to change it and make it better for me. Yes, very much so, 100%. To the detriment of every single person who's involved. Detriment to all of their fans. Detriment to all of the people that are a part of the game loop. Detriment to every single person that could be a part of the experience who is now getting fucked over by this very, very hypocritical method of engagement. Every single bit of it. All the way to the goddamn moon. They are the reason why they are struggling. Because people unironically trust them when they say, I am supposed to help you get better. They are selling them a batch of goods that ultimately is bad for them. And because they did that, they are suffering. Because, Mr. Streamer, you said if I do this thing, that I'll be cracked. Well, y'all won't be cracked. Because unfortunately, little Timmy, your dog. Your dog water, little Timmy. Little Timmy, you are dog. And your favorite streamer did not set you up for success. They took your money. They took your opinion. They used it to bolster themselves. And then you were left there holding the bag while the teacher scolded you for cheating. And you said, but my favorite streamer didn't say it was cheating to not learn the game. Well, is your favorite streamer taking the test? No. Fail. And then you come to them to complain, and they're like, bro, I already got your cash. What you want from me, bro? They don't give a damn. Many of them saying that they're going to leave permanently and or pivot to another game. Most of us already pivot to begin with. What's the point of saying something that we already know has material existence? I ain't going to fault you for it. Don't get me wrong. I ain't going to fault you for it. But I'm out. Oh, that's all it takes? Oh, not as good as you think you are, huh? Big yucks for me. Very big yucks. Yuck, 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 yuck. But at the same time, damn, bro. I can't believe you weren't really engaged with the game that you were playing. I can't believe you didn't know this. And it's not just, well, I didn't know this intricate secret, therefore I'm bad by Carl's opinion. No. You missed the love and the joy. There's no spark in your eye when you're doing the thing. You materially cannot enjoy the game because if someone didn't give you the free lesson, you don't see value in learning. That is unironically not my circus, not my monkey. But as far as they're concerned, that is still a problem. And so, if that is the case, it then becomes, well, my favorite streamer didn't tell me that it'd be like this. Oh well! That's not the job of your favorite streamer! Your favorite streamer's job is to teach you. And to have fun. And to spark your interest with the game. Not just you see a new game and say, oh man, that's us, chat. All day, all long. We're gonna monetize and we're gonna milk that game for all it's worth. And yet you're the ones getting milked. Amow, lol, amow, amow. Keck. Wow, so sucky. Guess you guys don't know as much as you think you do. And then all of those people at the end of the day and their audience members acting the same way that an ass-mad player in League behave. Being called out for their bad opinions and their bad talking points and their bad arguments and bad advice. Well, no, you're just toxic. Okay, I'm gonna be over here being toxic and right, because I know I'm right. Get fucked. While deterministically ruining the game for everybody else, because every single person that is a part of your entourage actively cannot function when it comes to the majority of the gameplay that they could be playing, because their favorite streamer didn't tell them that actually you do have to learn. Actually, you do have to be involved. Actually, you should enjoy playing this game with your friends and not just rage about it endlessly, eternally, one way, each way, every way, till Sunday. You should actually like being here. It should not be that you don't like being here. Because then why are you here? Like, there's a lot that is bespoke about this. That is a part of a lot of the problems of the dynamic here. Because it is the case that they just don't like people, and they don't like games. Like, unironically, they don't like real girls. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. No, the content creators do not like actually being responsible for your entertainment value. They don't like being the people who are actually a part of your cycle of being invested and involved with the game loop. They only wanted your cash. The fact that you want them to now tell you how to play the game and have fun playing the game with them. Get back in the pay pig hole. Back in the pay pig hole with you. That's too much involvement. Because if they really like the game, why aren't you just telling them? Why aren't you just showing them? What's with all the huffing and hawing? What's with all that for? That's not necessary. Just tell them other guy how to play the game. Shouldn't be too hard, right? You can't expect help. You can't expect the devs to do it. If the devs tell you, then they're forcing you to do it. Why are they forcing me? Why are they forcing me? Why are you boring me? I just want to play the game immediately. But then they jump into the game, and they will have this mindset of, oh, I'm gonna figure it out over time. But it never clicks. No one ever gets them deeply involved. It never clicks. Favorite game! Don't know how to play it! And that's acceptable too! But then they invest their entire mindset and personality into it, which is then what makes it into a problem for me, for other creators, for another player, and for the random member in the lobby. Somebody asks a basic question like, if we're using gas mines to block off the HVAC doors, if we're on a defense mission, doesn't matter what faction, but for argument's sake, eliminate. Mostly ground forces. Therefore, mines good. Especially in Destiny paired with gas. Confuse them and then let them burn to death. If we're mining the doors, why are we closing the doors so the doors can then be destroyed and not closed to slow down the wave's access to the internals of the base? I'm just gonna do it my way. Well, what's your way? We're just gonna hope and pray. Nearly fail the mission. Why did we do that dumbass thing that we could have not done? Well, it worked out, didn't it? No! No, retard, no! We're not results-oriented! And if we are, okay, how about we do it the other way? It works perfectly. We are literally standing on top of the battlement rams, shooting at them from above like a helldiver. We go back to the ship and we're grabbing and slapping ass. Kappa. Grabbing and slapping ass, getting onto the fucking ship. Same person saying, we're gonna do it my way in the squad. Well, now that you've experienced Carl's way, can you see the value of what I said to you? Nah, I'm still gonna do it my way. Why are you here? My favorite streamer said that the way that I was doing it was completely fine. Your streamer's trash! Do you have your own opinion? I'm tired of the YouTuber's opinion. Dude, what's your opinion? What's in your wallet? This was supposed to be what brought people to this type of genre. That's what brought people to Warframe. That's what brings people, even though it's a bad game, to the First Descendant. It's what's supposed to bring people to Elden Ring. It's what's supposed to bring people to Elden Ring Night Rain. It's supposed to bring all these people to these different things that are variants inside of the MMO genre, if not the roguelike and the roguelite genre. Taking pieces and parts of the things that they would like out of things like Borderlands and Diablo to get them invested and involved. That's supposed to be the thing that is the draw. But why is it they don't like the thing that is the draw? Perhaps they're socialites. Perhaps they're socialites, Boster. And the socialites need to quit. And then we'll never hear about it again. Maybe that's what has to happen. Now, in terms of the business, I'm not telling Arrowhead that they need to ban them. But in the case of Erevan possibly destroying his chances to be a member of that big boys club, that it's a big club that none of the rest of us are in, where they get free content and free material, if all of the people who are supposed to be the propaganda commanders are dog water at the game, I'm talking Captain Quark levels of shit. I'm talking Zach Brannigan levels of incompetent. That's Futurama for your dumbasses that don't know. If you are that bad, if you are Gaston levels of dog water at the game, and you're out here singing your own praises saying, there's no better diver than me, perhaps, maybe, it's time to go back to the tutorial section. And also make a better updated tutorial section. I don't remember if it's possible for you to skip the tutorial when you first open the game. I know that when we started, it was mandatory. I know that there's an option to go back to the tutorial section. But they need an expansive tutorial. They do. They need an expansive tutorial that breaks down what your weapons do, how they function, and what's different about them. It's already possible to inject weapons into the map that aren't already there because they're actually a part of the map POI. You can find primary weapons inside of MPOI structures. So, set out some light weapons, some medium weapons, some heavy weapons in the Helldiver field. Have an infinitely respawnable enemy. This will require to reprogram the entire way that the game works, by the way, in the open thing. So, you're already asking them to do a lot just to get these people to play the fucking game. But maybe this could be a part of the starter missions. Somewhere on the map, in an elimination mission, eliminate Charger, eliminate Bile Titan, there is a forced outpost that, as a part of its MPOI structure, has a guaranteed heavy weapon with enough shots and enough ammunition to reload the weapon, if it's a one-handed weapon, or the stratagem plus the backpack, if it's a two-handed weapon. to allow them to use it. Like, take these expendable rockets and use this to kill the Charger. And then some other thing that allows them to get a feel for it. Like, explosive weapons to destroy Terminids, fire weapons to cleanse Luminate. The use of backpacks, like free supply packs, where you just feel generations. Primary and secondary weapons, even though secondary weapons do not drop on death. Different type primaries that would be an alternate answer to dealing with the enemy type. Something that would let the conversation end. Because it just keeps going every time. And the reason it's so frustrating is that this conversation keeps going like this. Because every time we have a cycle of these arguments, people selectively remember that people had a complaint, and then if the complaint got addressed, they use it as proof that the developers are on our side. They are not. The developers are not on your side. They're remaining silent, and they are not adding themselves to the controversy of the conversation that's already happening. Because that would create more problems. Because then the devs get used as a cudgel. So you're cudgeling them with their own statements, so they stop talking to us as much. Then you're cudgeling them and others with the responses that they make for the buffs. So they just release the patch notes and then leave you to your devices. Which means it is a sandbox, as it is. Then the conversations had amongst us, the player base, in the space that they provided. Now, obviously, if you try to do this inside of their Discord, eventually you're going to get banned. Because enough people that are bitch-made are going to complain at you and yell at you, saying, how dare you, how dare you. I already showed you guys examples of that. So then what you got to do is you have to be like, no, this is the case, this is my opinion, here's my reasons for it, and if you disagree with me, here's my stream link, you can talk to me about it on air. And then you call them a retard to the face. But it cannot be the case that because somebody doesn't know how to wield their gun, you need to be dumbing down the difficulty of the entire game for everybody. Because that then gets into the same issue that you already have in mainstream gaming with accessibility content. Difficulty and accessibility are not the same thing. Just because you bought Helldivers 2 does not mean that the game should automatically open up to you like a lotus flower. You actually have to be good enough to experience a victory. And of course, this is not in the mindset of them playing on the lowest difficulty. These are people playing on the highest difficulty in the goddamn game. Mad that they aren't allowed to have a cakewalk. That's what's so fucking upsetting about it. You try to break it down to them. And they just say, no, I should be allowed to play on difficulty 10 the same way I could on difficulty 1. No! This never happens in ARPGs, because then we would just look at your build and say, you're dog shit, and we'd move on with the day. But unfortunately, this is an MMORPG. Or technically an MMOTTRPG. Where we all serve a role. And unfortunately, as long as that is the case, these people have to know how to play the game, because they are our fellow Helldivers. Not to say throw them off the fucking cliff, but in the interest of balance, we can't. So what can we do instead? Bully them and becoming better? I think that's fair.
Yeah. Seems like the only way forward, honestly. Or they will just simply be gone. It will have a clearer and more pure batch of players. Maybe.
Yeah. They'll get replaced, and they will become old years news. People will be like, remember when those divers used to play the game, and they got mad that people wouldn't let them be lazy, and then they rage quit? Yeah, 100%. we don't want them to do that. We want them to have fun with the game. But they don't want to have fun in the game. So what the fuck do we do? They don't get to throw a tantrum. They shouldn't be allowed, rather. They shouldn't be allowed to throw a perpetual tantrum. And then say that people are treating them poorly. Because they're not being treated poorly. They're treating everybody else poorly. and making it somebody else's problem while that happens. And that's not acceptable. That's not allowed. And as long as that's the way that they're going about it, it should be our interest to see them receive some level of punishment and consequences. And if the worst that they get is we're making fun of you and you're being mocked for being bad, oh, so be it. You'll live. They'll live. Because if that's all it takes to get them to leave the game, bro, inject that straight into my fucking veins. If the bullying and reminding them that they're dog shit is all it does and all it takes, please. Sooner. Not later. Sooner. Anyways. I think we've talked long enough about this.
Yeah.
Anything else you wanted to add?
No, I would love to, but if the time is running out, and I should probably be goodbye. Thank you, Carl. Thank you so much. It was very enlightening, and have a good rest of the stream. Catch you on the VOD.
You too. Thank you. We're not going to be watching all of this stream chat, but I do have the full entire VOD, because the version that's on the VOD material is not telling the full story of what's in what he was doing. Alright? Now let's get into this.
Let's fucking go!
This static ass, lame ass, gay ass fucking AI generation that Smash JT is in love for when he does Smashcast. It is probably the most cringy shit I have seen in the history of forever. But oh my god. Oh my god. He's got something for Hypno.
Smash JT, the legend explodes, the legend lives.
And it's got this whole fucking AI art shit. I don't know why he thinks this is okay or good. But whatever. Fast forward towards the end.
Let's fucking go! Smash JT is insufferable and probably miserable. You're a shitty human being. You suck. One of the gooder gay bastard generals. He's pushing kids and women out of the way to get views instead of a fire. You have a dude in his hot tub behind an in-ground pool sharing his thoughts. Smash JT. Fade away.
So, as you can already tell, this being the way that he chose to open the show, where he would get himself embarrassed and filtered with all the other people he has reacting on this, oh my god. I can't believe that this is how he broadcasts it. Normally, most of y'all would never see this, because it is the case that he just probably does. I'm gonna call it a inverse. I'm gonna call it the inverse. The inverse Dark Viper. He gets involved in the content. He makes his shit so fucking difficult to access by hiding behind members. He makes his shit so fucking cringy with how he presents himself. And then makes his takes the most milk water toast shit imaginable, that when you get to the real heinous shit that's inside of his takes, you would never be able to find it. Because look at all this fucking time you have to go through. Mind you, Carl's the one saying this right now, but unironically, this live stream should not have been this long. You did not need 5 hours. Now, the VOD that he posts is basically a little bit under 1 hour. So, what did he cut out? We're going to be getting into that. Because the things that you have him covering afterwards the biggest T next to the rest of his mold.
There we go. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another Smashcast. It's been a minute. It's been almost 20 hours. I feel like there's more people here tonight. First off, shout out to Vara Dark for the raid. The Dark Titan Enterprises reign. Appreciate you, Vara.
A person who actually plays her video games and has opinions that come from herself as much as she could read articles. A grand difference in what the fuck you do.
Rock. I don't know how to turn on slow mode, so I'm not really sure.
Broadcaster, content creator who doesn't know how to use a feature in a tool that is literally just a tool inside of the fucking chat box because he's used to never actually doing it. Donations coming through before the chat even starts. Something that should have been a part of his ask. This should have been a part of Colin's ask. That he either delist and demonetize the stream personally himself, or hold all donos until afterwards. Because through all of this, he's taking in donos, but also he's getting hit with donos from people who are mocking him. Which is where he starts banning and hiding the chat room from the people he's talking to.
There's community moderation, participants. There's not like a slow mode toggle. So
Why would you need to have a slow mode toggle? That implies that there's chats on the screen that you don't want people to see and that you don't want to have to react to. Or that you don't want in the chat room in general. Why would you need moderation tools? When you're talking to a person about their honest opinions and fact research about your talking points. Is that something that a person who's solid on their opinion should be doing? I don't think so.
I don't know what to do. But
Do nothing. You would have saved you the embarrassment.
shout out to you guys. I know the mods are going to be working overtime tonight. I will set a few ground rules for you guys. I welcome a conversation from all perspectives.
You should be welcoming a conversation from all perspectives. You shouldn't have to be saying anything. You shouldn't be preambling any of this. It's the job of your moderators. Let your moderators moderate. The only reason why you'd have to say anything is if you're prompted by somebody else. He's not even in the room with you yet. So you already knew you were going to probably get your shit washed before you even went into this.
But if you're going to come here and just talk shit, just to talk shit, you are going to be blocked immediately.
Oh, well, so we're reacting just like Alyssa Mercante. Well, surprise, surprise. Bitch made. What a surprise. What a shocker. People just come in and they just want to antagonize us and treat us poorly. I'm just going to block them entirely. That's something you were going to do anyways. The fact that you were stating that instead of just allowing the moderators to handle it means that you've already lost in some capacity. Because you are pre-anticipating that you're going to be harassed. They're not a part of the conversation. The only person you should be looking at and talking to is Colin. That's it. This is what happens when you don't have your hug box.
I'm like, there's no place for that right now.
Fast
I wanna have a
forward.
conversation, but yeah, it's like I love it. Emery, I'm already breaking.
More super chats.
Not about there's
More,
there's gonna be a lot
like
of
more
people that are new to the
more fucking preamble. And then he plays a video antagonizing Alyssa Mercante, who you just antagonized and talked about. More shit, more super chats, more glazing of personal super chats, waiting for people and saying that they're sad to see Colin be an SJW sellout, not giving subs tonight, tossing my coins to my favorite grifter, giving money, people keep giving you money in participation of shit. Some people being nice, people asking for Hypnotic to be brought in, people outright explaining that it's go woke, but go blah 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 blah. Which is Jay Viper of all people, who is a mod in his chat and has a wrench. And then the beginning of the debate. Let the Feltning begin.
That intro was really bad, but it's good to be here with you today.
like bad in a good way, or
No.
No, it's really bad. Like, you don't need AI art generation. If you're gonna make something, at least make something of your own design. Don't fucking make AI generation to be the representation of how you represent yourself. Because if you're gonna be low tech and low rent, be low tech and low rent. Have your own flavor to things. But that's bad to represent yourself, especially when you're dealing with somebody who is a professional who already does it the right way. Right way, good way, recognizable way. Person on one level of the industry talking to a person on another level of an industry. If I was to insert myself in here, I'd be here. Colin would be here. Smash is below the table.
Really bad.
No, bad in a bad way.
Like how so? How could I improve?
It's
it?
just it's too much. Like, think less Sopranos, more Mad Men. Get in and get out. The little sting. You know?
That's fair. That's fair.
But to each their own. I didn't know like when it was. I wanted to be here early just in case I was expected. You told me a quarter after.
Yeah.
But I sat through a lot of that, and
It's bad.
Good shit, huh?
It was the thing that happened. Yeah.
Like, it's bad. Like, it's extremely fucking disgusting how aggressive that opening is, and the material of the content is. Like, it's not good. It's really not good. Extremely not good.
It's definitely a thing. Well, very, very nice of you to join. And I know we are kind of standing on, I guess you could say, two sides of a coin. But before we even dive into
You're not even on the coin, bro. You are the person trying to shill to get the coin. All the people who are watching you sit there trying to shill for the coin, they are responsible for why you're even able to do what you're trying to fucking do, bro. It's laughable you want to compare yourself to Colin. Because that means you want to be a game journalist. You can't really define yourself as a game journalist, bro. It don't work. Okay.
our perspectives, why don't you, I'm sure most people already know who you are, your reputation precedes you, but why don't you tell people who you are, where they can find you, and what your history is and stuff like that, where you're coming from.
Okay, thank you for having me. My name is Colin Moriarty. I am the host of a PlayStation podcast called Sacred Symbols that I've been doing for a long time. I've basically been the co-host or host of the three biggest PlayStation podcasts over time. So Podcast Beyond, which still exists, that I left in 2015, and then PS I Love You, which is defunct now, and then Sacred Symbols. I run a popular Patreon called Last Stand Media. We do a podcast network, and I've been in the games industry professionally for 23 years, I guess now, since I was in college. So
professional game journalist is responsible for one of the best media organizations in existence, knows what the fuck he's doing, has known what he's been doing for 23 plus years. Is the backbone for what most people would say is the unaffiliated part of the industry. Because you've got the shills on the left, and then you've got the grifters on the right. That is not based on political sides. You've got people who are using the culture war on both sides. You've got people that clearly want to be the open mouth of the industry on one side. And then you have the people that are just making money off the fools rushing in on the other. Those are the coin sides here. So the question you'd ask yourself is which one does Smash JT see himself as? Is he a journalist, in which he serves the people? Or is he some influencer who's just got opinions, bro?
We do a podcast network, and I've been in the games industry professionally for 23 years, I guess now, since I was in college. So, yeah. And I really just wanted to be on because I'm so... I'm confused and befuddled by your lack of faith in the Circana numbers, and I'm wondering if you truly understand what they are.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can.
That's kind of like, yeah. You quote tweeted me. That's how I saw all this to begin with. I just said the kind of anodyne thing about Ghost of Yotei that I really like it. I'm not a big fan of Ghost of Tsushima, so I think it's a big step up from the original game. It's the 18th best-selling game in the United States already, after 3 days counted, and I just I feel like you and a lot of other people are spreading this somewhat misinformation about what Circana is comparable to VG charts or Alinea or these other places that are actual data houses, as opposed to a company a 50-year-old company that has direct access to the numbers. So that's, and I feel like you're kind of obfuscating that with your audience, but it's like we could be on two separate sides, but what I'm saying is 100% true. So that's why I wanted to see how you responded to that, and I'll leave it there.
Oh, yeah, sure. I think that's actually a good intro to this. So
Remember this for later.
when it comes to Circana, what specific numbers are you referencing for Ghost Yote?
The Circana data is the 20 highest grossing. It's actually by dollar sales level of retail plus digital games sold in the United States, as accessed by Circana's retail constellation, plus their direct access to the storefronts.
And are they? But is
doesn't
it?
have I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I thought you were done. Sorry. Continue.
I was just going to say, so famously, Circana actually has incomplete data when it comes to, say, Nintendo.
Right.
Nintendo doesn't share their digital sales, but they can't hide their retail sales because Circana gets that from the retailers themselves, so Nintendo can't do anything about it. On the other hand, Ubisoft recently pulled out of Circana, so their numbers don't appear anymore at all.
Okay.
So the reason why I think this argument about Yote is strange is it's not if it's doing well or it's not. I don't think it's selling as well as Tsushima did. I think that there's probably a few reasons for that are notable and interesting. But it's certainly doing well. 18th in the United States after 3 days on one console is objectively impressive. It's not January or February. We're talking about August numbers. So now we have a stack of games from Monster Hunter Wild and all the EA sports games to
all the games throughout the year, throughout all the fiscal quarter, that those of you in my audience have been watching us consume and watch over time. The trade shows, the sell shows, the award shows, the media darlings, the award darlings, the snuffing, the snubbings, every type of game that could have come out, did come out, or has yet to come out, and in the middle of this field, this game is succeeding by a margin and wild degree. It is inarguable that it is happening. And somehow, Smash is about to make an argument saying that the Serrano numbers are not important. Or that they need to be given to a higher standard and a higher regard. Watch your shit.
Actually, let me actually ask you about that, because I was thinking about that before the stream. 18th after 3 days, I guess, on the surface does sound pretty impressive. But then if you take a step back and consider it's a AAA title, and how many AAA titles launch every year? And we're now towards the end of the year, so there's been a lot of time that's passed. Would you say 20, 30 AAA titles a year come out or so?
Yeah, I think it probably depends on how you even define that number. It's probably more than that, actually. Like, if you consider games that will never chart but are pretty good, and certainly AAA, like a Chronos or a Hell at Dusk or something like that, you could probably get to something more like 50. But even if you wanted to call those AA games or whatever, the point is that the numbers the charts are organized by dollar sales, and they know the numbers, and people with Circana access can see the numbers, but they don't share them because that's the product that they're selling. You have to remember that.
I want to take you to task on that. I don't buy that.
But it's true. I've seen the numbers. I had a subscription
I think we
to it.
disagree on that point right there. I don't think it's the product they're selling. I think it's they're withholding to maintain good graces with.
Why would they be withholding numbers to retain good graces? They can get the numbers from the fucking people who are a part of the system. It's like NATO. If a company wants to pull out, they can pull out and their numbers will not show. For most of the industry, standardizing the numbers, reporting on it, you can infer what isn't there. And then when you get direct numbers from publishing, overall reported, as well as actually existing in the marketplace, as well as actual sales made on sales platforms like Steam, it is inarguable. It is who are they impressing? The game journalists? They don't need to. The industry? They don't need to. The industry would already know the answers behind the doors. It'd be the bean counters, right? No, shareholders. So they're trying to do it to impress the shareholders, who would be the ones that then decide the future of these companies. But we already saw the case that it's not that. That's not happening. Because if it was being done for the industry to be involved, then, ladies and gentlemen, going all the way back to my fucking chart, we'd be seeing that effect wholesale on the industry as an entire profit line. That was not happening. How do I know? Because it wasn't. But how do I know? How do you know, Carl? Carl, how do you know? The same way we always knew. I'm engaging the chart. It would have been that conversation between the consumers and the company and the developers and the publishers. In other words, it would have been this line and this line. It would have been them creating some system to control the conversation, and it would be them getting in between the consumers by trying to control it from the top down. Xbox would not have a reason to not publish the titles from all of these companies that are making these games. It would be to their detriment if they did. Take that, with the exception of Nintendo, across the margin. Why would they not want you to know what is selling? That's how the media darlings are made. Why would you then have all of these media darlings getting all of these rewards and being nominated for all these rewards if they didn't have the numbers and they were specifically just hiding them to impress people? That's an extreme level of conspiracy that requires multiple people to make it possible. Now, don't get me wrong. We already saw that this kind of conspiracy was possible. Gamergate happened. But this is not possible across the entire gaming industry. Someone would talk. So, you're making a conspiracy that you're hoping would be true because, well, remember guys, once upon a time there was this group that did a thing. And it just doesn't, no. This is not SBI. Sorry. This is not Silver String. Sorry. This is not something that would even fly on Kotaku in action. Every single person on 4chan deserves to call you a dumb retard for saying this. They're not making up a conspiracy where Serrano numbers are being cooked on the books to get games like Gote to sell. If the game is good, the game is good. You know why? Because the reports and the reviews and the sales numbers will reflect it. If the game is mid, mid numbers, mid reviews, passable. If the game's bad, then you'd be hearing from developers, well, the game is what it is and we made it for a specific audience. Like Red Veil. You'd be hearing the journalists say, the game is great, the game is this, the game is that. And you'd be seeing mockable things happening along the timeline. You know a game that has it happening to it right now? Bloodlines 2! Foot dive travel mechanics. The goddamn cringy dialogue. The horrible voice acting. The bad characterization. The kind of things that killed franchises, killed studios, got them reabsorbed by their publishing company. The numbers that then when they were focused on by groups like Embracer was then revealed, oh, this was a giant fucking loss, so we're killing them. There's no mysticism involved. It'd be reported. Because the shareholders would have the information. Because if it were the case that it was being manipulated, and it wasn't being done to impress the shareholders by their request, those shareholders would then be putting people and would be whooping feet. Because you're fucking with their money and their investment. And then you'd still know because then they would still be rewarding those numbers on the bottom of the store bucket. Like, it all gotta go someplace, bro.
These companies, because otherwise the companies are not going to continue to provide them the numbers if they don't make them look as good as possible. Would you agree with that?
That's retarded, but no.
No, because when you, and I can understand why people might think that, but
like, it's a logical thing to think, like, hey, if you don't wash my hand, I'm not gonna wash your back. It makes sense to say it, but it's stupid. And Colin's gonna explain why.
The real value in the data. So think about like the number or the charts that they send out every month as like the hors d'oeuvre. And it's like, if you want more than that, that's sit at the table. It costs thousands of dollars to join Circana. As I said to you on Twitter, and I can expand on it, is like when I was at IGN many years ago, and we were still NPD group, we had a Circana. It was an NPD subscription at the time. It cost 6 figures, and you're contractually obligated to not share the numbers. In fact, they would be so protective about the numbers that they would often give different people different numbers to try to track leaks.
Now, why is that?
Because these numbers are important. because they can make and break the potential futures of a stock market investment. If people have this kind of data, they can outright directly manipulate the stock market, among other reasons. Content surge, content buy, drop, sell, the same kind of insider information that you would never want to give away. Duh.
My assumption, I don't really know. My assumption is that it's probably something to do with, like, if we have everyone...
It's basically intellectual property, if you're being serious. The same protection of data heuristics around data inserts, the kind of things that Aiden does, the kind of research that she does professionally in her field, same shit. It's the product of their mind and the product of their effort, and they use this and they have this as a means of producing value for the company. Because if you know what works and what doesn't, you have the ability to pivot in the direction of what works and what doesn't. So, taking this example, this is an hors d'oeuvres list of all the things that are working and selling in an industry. And you're a game studio. You're a restaurant trying to figure out what's going to be the next thing that's going to pop the industry and blow. The pivot of information like this is what creates an entire industry to decide, let's make MOBAs. No, let's make looter shooters. No, let's make ARPGs that are like Diablo but in different fields of interest. No, let's make Fortnite. Let's try to make an everything game. Let's try to make this kind of game, and this kind of game, and this kind of game. Let's try to sell towards the audience of people who like JRPGs, but they don't like dialogue. When you have that kind of information, that becomes the kind of thing that can move the needle. And yeah, they would pay a lot of money for that. The same way drug dealers pay a lot of money for protection. They have the right to. Granted, this is not drug deals, but that's the comparative logic. Why would they not protect their IP? Why would they not protect the copyright? But the information, the system, the numbers. You're just going to get the numbers at a later date. They're too close to the topic that they can't let that number get out. That's why they have to track things for leaks. Because if they're whispering that information down the line for a fiscal benefit and gain, then the system gets perverted for unfair, unscrupulous reasons. This is not going to be an answer that Smash GT likes.
Buying in and sharing numbers and being honest and equitable, then we should probably universally protect the numbers from being publicly exposed, because it's really a part of a data set that can be, as it is happening now, I think with Yote, somewhat misrepresented. I think it's a big reason why Ubisoft left Circana is because Assassin's Creed Shadows and Star Wars Outlaws were widely attacked for their sales figures, but Assassin's Creed Shadows, so in July was the last month that Assassin's Creed Shadows would have been posted on Circana, and at that point, it was the third best-selling game in the United States for the year. So,
period. Notice JT's face. He does not like what he's hearing. At all. He does not like what he's hearing. Just, yeah, it was one of the better selling games. Because unfortunately, the opinion of people who are mocking the game on Twitter does not reflect reality. Now, the reality of it might be you have an entire firestorm around a game that leads to its sales figures, but it doesn't lead to it being a critical success. Right? Making money and being good are two different things. If you believe in woke is bad, then being a commercial success is not the important thing. You want a critical success. Something that gets critically panned because it didn't sell well. But in reality, it was actually a fucking firestorm waiting to happen. Makes it sleeper. Which means the audience saw the value. This would be what people got out of Expedition 33. Not what they got out of other things. Yote, selling as it is, we don't know if it'll get that cult status. Certainly, there are things about it that brings the game's star value down, including not Karen from Carl, different Asian Carl, including fucking Eric Ishii. But what are we actually talking about right now?
So, I just think that, like, you can feel how you want about Yote, about it being woke, about people not liking it, about the actress, about Sucker Punch, all those kinds of things, but Circana data is the gold standard of data. It's the only really reliable data we have, and you have to obviously garner other things about it because it's the United States only. But the US is the biggest core gaming market in the world. You assume
outside China
certain things about the data is true. For instance, Western Europe reflecting, or Latin America reflecting these numbers, but in lesser numbers.
So the same application you can put upon the global standards, what you'd expect for America for its corona. Period. Now for the other nations, you need to go to Lou Hugh. Hugex. ZHUGEEX. Because that's the guy that covers those markets. Because in terms of the Western numbers, that is where you want to go for these numbers. In terms of the other markets data, you have to go talk to affiliated sources in those fields. And unfortunately, as was the case with Indiana Black, when you get embarrassed or attached to a critical failure, as was G4, people tend to leave and don't come back with their knowledge and expertise. And she was somebody who was an example of who could talk to those spheres of influences. She would have been a perfect person to have at Last Free Nation. But unfortunately, the internet did what the internet did. That doesn't mean that she didn't say cringy shit, because she obviously believed in the fucking political pander. But that's not the problem at the end of the day. She had actual talent that knew what she was talking about in terms of the foreign marketplace, and she was mishandled. Do with that information what you will.
You can kind of start putting a picture together. That's why I'm a little surprised why people aren't super, like, I think it's a fun puzzle.
You're saying it's the gold standard, and I'm surprised that people aren't just going along with it. And I would push back saying, because there is, and I think you'd agree with this, there's a lot of trust me, bro, with it. Like, it's not hard numbers. It's
hard numbers if you have access to the data. That's what I'm telling you. Like, when I had access to the subscription, it was hard numbers.
But because they don't give the full transparency to those numbers, it leaves room to be able to psychologically manipulate how people should feel about something. Is that fair to say?
I mean, maybe you can look at it like that, but I really think, I don't know how long you've been tracking like NPD numbers. The NPD numbers go all the way back to the mid 90s. So, and
I mean, I'm not new to this world either.
No, I'm not saying you are.
I work at Sony. I've been in the game industry myself. I'm not some random dude that just turned on a camera one day. So this is not new to me either. And that's not trying to big time.
Wait, did you say you worked at Sony?
So, here's where telling that lie about your background is bad for you. I worked at Sony as a product tester. Oh, excuse me, did you say you worked at a Fortune 500 company that relies on this data in our industry? Why are you arguing this? Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. I'm not some guy who turned on my camera. I know what I'm talking about. Why are you arguing this? If it was just being misinformed, it would have been one thing. If it was, I don't see the value, I don't like how the system's handled, it'd be another thing. But now, you are trying to say your product testing experience is the same as 23 years of game journalism. An actual game journalist. Let's see how this worked out for him, chat.
Sony Online Entertainment.
Oh, okay, cool. So you don't know that I would imagine SOE was incredibly attracted to the NPD numbers at this time, knowing that they were contributing to them.
Not necessarily. It was more MMORPG, longevity stuff. They didn't really care about that when I was there, at least. Not that I noticed.
It's surprising.
The game that would apply to would be Elder Scrolls. You do realize that, right? One of the better selling games. One of the better selling games was under SEO. Fucking PlanetSide was under SEO. EverQuest 1, EverQuest 2, EverQuest Next. Before they sold their controlling interest and they went back to the publishers and developers, you literally were working for the people who were responsible for making those things sell. You would have had those goddamn numbers. You absolute gibbering baboon.
That I don't know. I've never really heard of people working in the industry and not understanding that like these are like probably this is like the only data set we really get that can be super reliable, as opposed to like VG charts. I don't know how they do it now, but I remember back in the day, a lot of it was like they would call random stores and have like basically a data set that they would put the numbers into and try to garner the numbers and then correct them later. Alinea does a very similar thing. They have like kind of a bespoke data system where they try to garner the numbers and then they make backwards corrections. But the only thing I'm trying to say is that this particular data, you don't see the transparent numbers if you don't subscribe. At least I don't know how it is anymore, but this is the way it was when I used to read the numbers. You would get literal Excel spreadsheets that were many thousands of cells long. And what I was saying on my show recently was like, we would at IGN often scroll to the bottom because immediately, because random shit would get ingested. Like a random 32X game was dug up behind someone's, in the back room of an EB and they sold it. Or like a Dreamcast game.
Right.
And
I've heard stories
so
of that,
every little thing would be tracked.
Yep.
And what's funny is that I think you might have had a point about the unreliability of Circana data or NPD data as it was back in the day, maybe 5 or 10 years ago. But as of 2023, when they started ingesting the digital data directly from the storefronts, their numbers became extremely accurate. They're probably more accurate than they've ever been since the retail only era.
And that's the problem here, is that you're trying to talk about yesteryear shit that would apply to you, Mr. Enthusiast, versus people getting this shit right from the goddamn API. Suddenly the API is incorrect. We can't trust it. You can be able to see it right goddamn now. You can see it right goddamn now. For free. You want to get Cirana for free, but you can look at the numbers from the fucking storefronts directly. Right now. Even if you just use Steam. You can get them right now. And you and all this industry professionalism that you kept quoting that you had is getting exposed by an actual journalist who not only knows his news, but plays the games. This is where keeping it real goes horribly wrong.
I'm not questioning how they're accurate with their numbers. I want to be very clear about that. I'm saying that they're not divulging the numbers to us, which allows for a lot of variables to enter the picture. Which
lying to occur. Say lying. Say the industry is lying. Say what you mean. Because the same way that you can make that argument, he can make that argument. Yeah, you got a bunch of people like you who are just out there just saying things about the game that's not true, and then actively destroying the marketplace value of the game because you are misrepresenting them and calling them something that they're not. And then as we try to fix it on our side of the industry, we're looking at you like you're a gibbering fucking retard who's saying that the game is not what it is, or that the game is something that it is not. Excuse me. Saying that the game is something that it is, and saying that the game is something that it is not, at the same time that you're moving with the moral panic created by other individuals who themselves are grifters looking for an easy handout and an easy bag to make off of low information consumers. Which, the cost is then carried by the low information consumer, but it then gives credence to thinking that you're legitimate when the legitimate sources are looking at you saying, I can't believe the attitude on this motherfucker, because that is actually what's happening. He can make that exact same argument, and people already have. That was the basis upon the backbone of him going into this conversation. That comment that you made about, I work for Sony, becomes the issue that makes him look at you like you're stupid. And why he said, I feel sorry for you going into this, because you don't know what you're talking about. You just don't get it. It doesn't occur to you. There's nothing going on up here. And you certainly don't care about your customers. It's just collect money from fan base, hope that I can shit talk my way through it, hope I can sell it, and then hope it works down the goddamn line. It don't work like that. Why can't I be considered like Vara? This is why. If you want to talk about some shit, you gotta see some shit and you gotta play some shit. You want to talk about news and topics and issues, you actually have to watch the material. You want to talk about video games, you actually need to play the games. You want to talk about movies, you need to actually watch the television shows and watch the silver screen media. You want to be able to talk about numbers, you got to be able to interpret the numbers and actually read the data heuristic and understand it. You don't understand the basic data heuristics for the marketplace, and you don't know what's good because you're not playing games, and you don't pay the money to see the numbers. So you're making shit up about something you've never been a part of, and then you lied and said, I would have had access, I was a part of a Fortune 500 company, and then he's exposing your ass and reading you for filth. For filth! Filth! Like a library book! Pages, content, afterwards, forwards, prologue, epilogue, table of contents. All over the table.
again,
Clap,
I think you
clap,
agree with
clap,
that, right?
Clap. Clap.
Yeah, I mean,
Clap.
I really, I
Clap.
think if you interpret them not understanding where the numbers come from, then I think that's accurate.
I mean,
But
I
again, they're
understand where
not
the
going to
numbers
give
come
away
from.
the milk for free. They're not going to like give their. It's
that,
an expensive
but I
product.
feel
They
like-
invest a lot of money
I
into
get
it.
that, but I feel like you're running defense for how it operates, which, okay, that's fair. I'm not saying I'm right, you're wrong. I'm just saying I'm asking for transparency, and it seems like you're protecting.
You're not going to get it. He's not protecting them. He is explaining to you how the system works. Pay the money, fucking loser.
How the operation works. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would love a system where we had a transparent, like actually Japan's a great example, although it's retail only. Europe, the same thing, like a retail only
I'm glad you
situation.
brought that up because that's where
Prepare yourself. He's about to try a gotcha.
I was just going to take this. Before the stream, I brought this chart up. This is the first 2 weeks that we have of actual tangible data that is fully transparent. This is not Circana. This is Japanese launch sales, Famitsu, which physical. And this tells me that Japan is being very transparent. And it shows me a picture of, at least when it comes to physical, Ghost of Tsushima.
Still getting super chats in the background, by the way. All he did was he muted the sound effect for them. So, as he's sitting here, raking in the attention and embarrassing himself on a bigger platform than he ever has, still making money. 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 Still making money.
Blew this out of the water, and that was during the pandemic, where people weren't really leaving their houses. You would have thought digital would have blown up at that point, not physical.
Yeah, maybe not not in that era. I mean, it wasn't until a few quarters ago that they really started selling an impressive amount of numbers in retail units.
Because during COVID, we hadn't gotten to the idea of being forced to accept digital sales. Ta-da! Ta-da! Ta-da!
I'm gonna pre-order the collector's edition bonus and get the premium stuff. Yeah! My pre-order's been put on delay for like 3 months and I fucked up my shipping order. Man, this sucks. I'm gonna buy digital only next time.
Games that come out being offered with digital-only support packages and bundles. Hell, even for the release editions that existed for fucking Monster Hunter Wilds. Differences between the deluxe, the digital deluxe, the ultimate, the digital ultimate, and the collector's edition, which is the stuff that came with the physical swag. Or just simply not having anything physical. And instead, selling you the DLC as a future promise as a part of the main campaign. Looking at you, Doom the Dark Ages. Or, in the case of games like Wilds, content in the future to be given at a later date that came along with a free content update that would also be coming down the line for these live service games. Basically trading in the idea of, I'm going to be getting a physical object along with my single-player game, or my copy edition of this multi-online game, like Diablo 3, and I'm trading it for a digital service premium that could be given to me later down the line, or for store credit on the storefront from which the game is bought and purchased from. So, those of you who remember the release of 76, first off, my condolences for you. Especially those who had their information leaked. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, buddy. At the same time, you remember the swag, the bag, the soda, physical shit for the video game, even if you had a digital edition, right? When was the last time you saw people putting that shit out there if it wasn't a AAA game or a specifically community upheld AA or indie? Not very often, was it? That was by design. That was a part of that push that recently just happened. Where people were like, if Nintendo sets the new standard to be that we need to charge more money and that they're going to charge us a $10 premium when they're already raising game prices to $70, $80, we're going to be charged out the nose. Separate issue at the other side for the shit going on in Nintendo. I don't care what you say. I don't care how fun you make the Bonanza game. I'm not paying $500 to get my shit ripped. That was when that concern would have happened. It would not have showed itself during COVID. Because even though people were staying indoors, they were still getting packages, nigga! What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh. Use your goddamn brain, bitch. They don't buy just your hoe. What do you mean?
physically anywhere in the world. The reason that the Famitsu numbers have always been interesting, but the reason that they're not very valuable is the same reason why the Circana data wasn't valuable in, say, 2017. Because it doesn't, or 2020, because it doesn't include the digital data. That's why people stopped citing it for a long time. They were in a lot of trouble, and then they actually figured it out. So now they have access to Steam, to PSN, to Xbox Live, and as I said earlier, Nintendo's the only holdout. So we just have, the only thing we know about the Circana data in terms of the order it's presented is that the Nintendo numbers would always be stronger. That's it.
Right. Right, which again, that kind of goes to my point of it. The information that we get from Circana is not necessarily accurate when you start giving places for what game.
But that doesn't mean that just because it wouldn't be accurate for a couple of holdouts means the entire system is bad because they're all withholding the numbers and they're withholding the numbers because they're trying to serve their fucking overlords. Come off it!
Games sold where if you're missing data from a segment of games.
Yeah, that's why you have to read the legend on the bottom of every graph where it says all that. I mean, that's
I understand
it.
that. But when
so
people, if people don't do that when they run with headlines and say,
Then they're fucking retarded and those people should be disregarded! Smash! That's what happens in journalism! Getting it right and getting it first aren't the same! You want to get it first and antagonize people in the industry while you're doing it! We all remember what you said about Colleen Bush. We all remember what you said about particular parties in general. That's why your news coverage has changed from gaming to drama. You're in my field! And unfortunately, both of my field. You don't want to do the work to actually read what you're looking at and know what you're talking about. And you're getting exposed for it. Because if they can't read the goddamn legend, just like somebody wants to come and tell me something that I know for a fact, because I know the numbers, I tested them myself, I did it in isolation, I compared it against the numbers, I asked the developers how they worked, confirmed that they worked that way, and then you'll come telling me, no, it's wrong. My people creator said so, I'm going to tell you and him that they're wrong. Or I'm going to tell your favorite, come find me. And when I run that fade and play the numbers back, I'm going to make you admit that I was right, or we're going to treat you like a retard. Because that is retarded. That is retarded. That is dumb. It is dumb. You cannot make an argument about the entire system because you can't read. It means you don't understand per capita, which is the case.
it's the 18th best-selling game of the year. And
Yeah, with a series of caveats. It doesn't include expansions. It doesn't include microtransactions. It doesn't include all these other things. Yeah, I thought everyone knows that because it says at the bottom of every chart. It doesn't include Nintendo digital sales. And the show doesn't include Xbox digital
I'm
sales.
not arguing with you on this. I'm just saying.
You are though, but okay.
Like, it's leaves room for manipulating what place the game really is.
But it wouldn't, because people would have this information, and it'd be very easy to tell who has the numbers and who doesn't. Because we'd be working off of who has the market projections as they're happening, and who gets the projections after they've been finalized and reported to shareholders, who then give that information out publicly. Again, who has the insider numbers, and who is directly paying for it, versus who is reporting on it after the news has been broken by the sources that pay for it. What are you getting, Smash? Smash, what are you getting?
You agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. It's the numbers are ordered based on the data as they're saying it. If they were hiding that they weren't using the Nintendo numbers, then that would be a different story. But they're telling you what numbers are included and what weren't. For instance, when Ubisoft went away, they said that. Ubisoft went away, so Assassin's Creed disappeared off the chart. It didn't go from number 3 to off the chart. It just disappeared because they weren't tracking the numbers in. Conversely, when they get new data, they go backwards and update it. So when Ubisoft inevitably comes back, probably after everything settles down with their new publishing arrangements, they'll go back and correct the numbers again, and then we'll see how all these games sold.
And that's the problem that you keep making here with your opinion, Smash. They go back and they check themselves. Like, oh, they're hiding the numbers. They're trying to make the game look better. But then they go back historically and they look back at the numbers and they see this is clearly cooked. This is not. This is the true number. The game that you said was best in the world, actually, number 44. Game you all said was dog shit poo-poo water, number 5,566. Number 2 in every country, where in America is probably number 1, or number 1 in Japan, or number 1 across in China, or specifically Taiwan, East Taiwan, or something like that. That would be what would happen. You don't understand the numbers, and because you don't know this, you're making dumbass arguments.
What happened with the digital sales? They went from 2010 to 2023 and updated all the charts once they had access to the old digital sales.
and change the place of where things were, right?
Right, to make them more accurate.
Yes, to make them more accurate. They didn't change the place of where things were in order to try and sell a story about the game being bad, the game being woke, the game being undersold, or the game being snuffed. They updated what was inaccurate because it wasn't tracked. They did not then write articles about it for the purpose of clickbait. Although there are some that probably would have. And shame on them. That's why they got sold to Valnet. Or did you forget that, Smash? Entire journalistic jobs got wiped out by Valnet when they purchased things like Otaku and Polygon and removed them and replaced them with AI. That's something that happened. And it's still happening and needs to happen again. But those numbers would not be filtered by those companies like that. It'd be controlled by entire industry members working together. And unfortunately, because of the amount of money involved, that likely conspiracy that you're claiming could happen isn't happening. Because it would be revealed by the numbers as they're talking about them.
Right.
Instead of saying like these are physical charts, now it's like these are complete charts. And that's the big thing that
goes back to my whole point of like why I feel like Circana is not something that we should be championing as, oh look.
But it should be. Why wouldn't it, bro? Why wouldn't it be the numbers we use? What else would you purport we use? Streamer opinions? Streamer VODs? Streamer videos? YouTube ads? YouTube videos? Oh, great. So we're going to go to the system of don't trust the market affiliates that have the numbers. Trust the guy who says with a camera that the game is trash because he heard through the grapevine it's woke and it's trash. So make it into what it was back then. Return to the problem that existed before. You're not supposed to use YouTubers as the market standard of the industry. Just as much as we can make fun of Chris Stuckman, we have to also do due diligence and say, damn, Grace actually knows what the fuck she's talking about right now. Because that's how Hollywood works already. And I can promise you, Hollywood's not going to be making gossip and rumors about shit, at least when it comes to the variety mags. Assuming that you want the world to exist in the same capacity as those companies that are talking about the trades and the numbers. Because Smash, if what you're saying was accurate to all forms of business and industry, you do realize that Hollywood wouldn't be able to function and Broadway wouldn't be able to function, right? That's the problem, bro. Is Yote actually woke? Is Yote not actually woke? Excuse me, misread that, boss man. No. It's got some cringy ass mechanics and some cringy ass and hard and bad writing and maybe some difficult puzzles and shit, but it's not woke. It does not purport itself to be woke. And if it were the case of get broke, go woke, it's go woke, get infinitely more money than they would have had before. And the worst part about it is that we've always known the case that go woke, go broke is not the problem. It is go broke, get woke, and eventually croak. A game being woke does not indirectly make it bad, because that, again, is the difference between a critical success and a commercial success. What makes the games poor is when they miss the margin with their core audiences that they are meant to be purported and bought by. So when you make a game that services the audience of nobody, like that of games we already have as an example, Red Veil, the original original Battlefields, into the manipulation of dice, the remasters and remakes that are selling for fucking pot candle hands, older games being remastered and remade, and the originals going completely unlisted, Forspoken, Assassin's Creed, Post-Odyssey, the Luminous data, the Embracer data, specifically in concerns to Volition / Saints Row, Rocksteady as a company, the Sad Dad Game Slop coming out of the movie game studios, all of those businesses. The key combining thing that makes them sell poorly is that they don't get the audience who's supposed to be playing them. And they are mishandled. because they are several years behind the times, trying to copy a fad or a trend. This is not the reflection that what you're going to get online. Not from a poll poster. A poll poster is going to tell you the game sucks because look at the memes on Reddit, look at the memes on Twitter, look at the memes on 4chan, look at the memes on TikTok. But that doesn't reflect the accurate picture. It can give you a taste of the flavor of the conversation, but it doesn't tell you sales numbers. And the culture problem. Unfortunately, the only thing that they care about is cold hard cash. It does not register to the eggheads. They count beans. They don't count tweets.
It is doing great because it's like, well, is it though? Like, just because a bunch of caveats, all these other things, and to portray it the best way with words that are used to put the image into focus the most perfect way you can, say, because of all these things we said, the game is a success. It's like, well, I mean, I guess you could do that with a lot of things. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair to say, but I also think that that's like other people's positioning. Sony hasn't said anything about the game, which is not a huge surprise because they don't say anything about anything
anymore.
anymore.
Concern you? Like,
not really. They didn't say anything about Helldivers numbers for 3 months.
But they did say something about Tsushima fairly quickly after it launched.
Right. 5 years ago. Their whole strategy is different now. Everyone knows that because they don't talk anymore. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but like I'm not surprised by that. Helldivers was the biggest, best-selling new IP that they ever made, and they didn't say anything about it for 3 months.
Because they were trying to keep that shit under wraps. Because of their plan that they then exposed with how they were able to then connect over the way that they did.
Mm-hmm. So it's and I think that so they didn't announce numbers I think until 12 million units. I'm not saying Tsushima or Yote is never going to reach 12 million units probably, but I don't think it's that far off of the historical. I went and looked actually for Tsushima's numbers. It's like after 3 days, 2.4 million. That's definitely ahead of where Yote was. I would say Yote was probably 1.5 million or something after, maybe 1.4 million after 3 days, and then they reported after 5 months. So 5 months later, so this is in November because the game came out in June. 5 million units. Yote is about half off of that number now. Right. And it's also, and 5 months from its launch is going to allow it to absorb the Christmas season and all the rest. So they're probably going to be pretty stacked. Also, there were probably 20-something million more PS4s in the wild. The game was $10 cheaper.
Yep.
And that's why I was surprised you were. I'm not a Matt Piscatella fan. In fact, like he doesn't like me at all. He's blocked me and like he doesn't talk to me.
Pause. Quick injection, very quickly. While we're looking at this, look at who is tweeting online right now on Twitter and what he's tweeting about. Yes, we should definitely allow this person to be a part of the conversation on the industry. This person who cares about the amount of earnings that he's gotten as a part of shilling for attention. Look, guys, look at how much money I made off of outrage marketing. I should definitely be treated like I'm a serious person in the middle of the discussion after getting my ass pounded live on air. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Continue.
I'm just surprised that you. I'm surprised that you weren't. That you were so skeptical of what he was saying about these different things. Like the numbers are not bad. I don't know what people expect out of this. Will Sucker Punch have layoffs and do all these things? I don't know, but it's not going to have to do with the performance of this game. They've made their money back. They're making profit on it already. So now every copy of the game sold is going to make them more profit. Whether they're happy with it or not is obviously going to be a different story. But the reason I wanted to come on and talk to you was just to kind of assure you that like there is no better set of numbers. If you don't trust these numbers, that's fine. That's an accusation that requires incredible amounts of evidence because it's like what everyone relies on. Like all the publishers play nice on Circana because they're all also subscribing to Circana and getting everyone else's numbers. So it's just common sense. I just needed to throw that out there. There's really nothing else to say about it. We can talk about wokeness and all these other things.
So he clearly says, I'm here to explain to you that Circana is what the numbers are. The number is the number. And the thing about this is that at this point in the conversation, there is no further conversation. Like, the numbers are the numbers. But I'm in the industry, I know that. So why are you doubting it? Watch where it goes.
Things I don't care, but like as far as this is concerned, like that is the way it is. You can keep saying like they don't show the numbers over and over again. They haven't shown the numbers since 1995.
Well, let me back it up a little. I mean that's a loaded statement of a lot of things you said. Let me back.
No, it's not. I came here to tell you that you're being a retard about the numbers, The numbers are the numbers. They haven't shown the numbers publicly since fucking Sonic Team made Nights into Dreams on the sucking Sega Saturn and Dreamcast. What more do you want?
Up to the point where you said, I don't know why you don't just believe Piscatella like he's the gold standard and all these things. This is why I don't believe it. And I made this post earlier today. I don't know if you saw it or not, but I said Matt Piscatella fellas peddling Ghost Yappe's great line was the very same dude that was pushing Star Wars Outlaws was a success line. The very same dude that peddled Assassin's Creed Shadows has been the best-selling video game line. And let's not forget the very same dude pushing the classic Dragon Age, were Dragon Age the Veilguard's PC volume included, it would have placed higher on the best-selling titles chart, perhaps as high as 3rd overall, and he called that launch good. So, I mean, all of these turned out to be incorrect in the grand scheme, as far as, I mean, would you unless you'd argue that with me?
No, I would argue with that with you. Our Assassin's Creed Shadows is one of the best-selling games of the year.
Would you say that Ubisoft considers it a success?
They said on their own financials that it's in line with their expectations, and they have a fiduciary obligation to be honest in those things. They won't once they go private. But
I thought they said it fell short of expectations.
No, I hadn't. That's not what they said. I mean, okay. I mean, unless I misread the quote, it said it's in line with expectations. Okay. They never released. I mean,
I thought they said Star Wars Outlaws was in line. I thought they said
no. In fact, I would imagine Star Wars Outlaws really suffered because they have to pay licensing costs. You're also ignoring the fact that like when Yote doesn't have to. I don't know what Ubisoft's particular cut is. They probably have a better cut than 70-30 because they're a larger publisher, but assuming it's a 70-30 cut or a 75% cut, Yote doesn't suffer from those. They get all of the money. So I think that you're kind of illustrating the reason why Ubisoft removed their numbers, because you can't really win. It goes back to the whole Square Enix thing with Final Fantasy 16, where they sold 3 million copies on like 42 million PS5s in a few days, and everyone looked at that. They looked at that internally as a failure as well. There's it really is about a matter of like if you have a conspiratorial mind towards this or not. I don't. Really you do.
Conspiracy. I want transparency.
But it is conspiracy, and nowhere in having this conspiracy about why these games must be selling poorly, which you could be able to double check by actually looking at the published numbers internally from the company and what they said about their own sales projections, would not need you to have a fucking would not have to create a controversy that requires a conspiracy to hide information that isn't made public because the people didn't pay for the fucking numbers. Dude.
I mean, like, why would Japan publish transparent weekly and monthly sales charts, but the U.S. is relying on private firms that gatekeep the data behind paywalls, and people have to...
For the same reasons that it does in any other business.
...run defense for them and say, trust them, it's good, this is the best we got, they're the gold standard. It's like, why do we need that?
Because that's how it works.
Because the other public data sets are not complete, so that we'll never have numbers from those territories.
But why is Japan transparent and we are not?
Because it's a different country, and they have different laws, and they have different rules. And those different laws and those different rules are to the consequence of what creates this as an entitlement, an enlistment of consumption. It is what it is. Bro, it is what it is. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Please stop coping. It is what it is, because that's what it is. Sigh. Sigh, bro. Sigh. Fucking sigh. Unironically sigh. It's like a child.
Any like issues with that, or can you explain why it's different?
No, I can't remember it's like Media Create or something like that is the company that does it in Japan, and it's a retail only environment that's existed since the late 80s. Those numbers go back even further than NPD's numbers. I have no problem with these numbers existing or being transparent. What I'm telling you is that I would love a situation where Circana numbers or Circana type numbers were public. It's just that that's the product that they're selling. The numbers don't come for free. You know, they're in the same family as Nielsen and Bookscan and all these kinds of things. These numbers are all hidden. They share them by a. I mean, it's just obvious that
Would you agree that it benefits the customers and gamers and investors even, and developers, like literally everyone, to have actual numbers?
It does
Sony?
benefit the investors. That's why they subscribe to Circana. They see the numbers.
Right, but I'm just maybe I'm not explaining this properly. Wouldn't it benefit everyone to be transparent? The only reason why you would not be transparent is to be able to play with the numbers, to manipulate it. Would you agree with that?
No, because Circana's entire business since the 60s, again, as the MPD group, they just recently became Circana.
I'm not talking about Circana. I guess. Sorry, I moved on from that. Sony, Nintendo, like everything. Why is it private? Why is it a secret?
Because it's business craft. It's like you don't want to share those numbers. They'll definitely
in Japan,
say
they do.
They will. Yote numbers, I don't want to say I know for sure, but I imagine they'll be in the next financial statement, and they're probably holding on to those numbers until then. Similar to Helldivers too, because their strategy is different now.
Do you think it's healthy for the industry when, like, people in the know, people that have access media or whatever, have anonymous published data instead of official figures? Do you think that's a healthy industry? I don't think that like situations like this, like what brings us together tonight, where we're debating something where it's like, well, if we just had the information, none of this would be a problem.
I guess I just don't gauge the health of the industry based on the transparency of sales numbers. Like, I don't.
But I feel like that's what your whole argument is, though.
No, my whole argument is that the most reliable data we have on software sales comes from Circana, that it shows that Ghost of Yote has done well, and that...
Yeah, like, I don't know how you don't keep getting this, bro. Like, he has never made any argument about any of that. It literally is the case that you have broken yourself on this wheel, and you refuse to let it go.
That tells me that you don't care, though. You're like, I don't care about the sales numbers.
I mean, I care about them academically, but I don't look at what you're asking me. Is it like a dark force around the industry? I'm saying no. I don't give a shit if we know the numbers or not. I care as an analyst, but it has no bearing on anything else. No, most people don't give a shit about any of this. Okay. So no, I don't think so. The numbers are proprietary because you don't want to share all of your data with. I mean, Sony has long hidden their numbers. When the Vita was failing, they folded the numbers into PSP and called them handhelds. People hide their numbers all the time. I do agree.
And you know why they do that? You'd agree with that too.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say was knowing their...
At the time, yes. As a part of the argument you're making, no.
New strategy where they don't say anything. So, like, Helldivers is the canary in the coal mine, because they should have and could have said something way sooner than they did, but they didn't. And that game is sold.
The sole answer for that is small developer and big publisher, and the communication between the parties that are in between it. So if they have a third-party person that's responding to all these creators, they probably have a third-party person who's handling the reputation of those numbers from the developer.
Sold way more copies than almost anything else that they've released this generation, probably except for Spider-Man 2. And
yeah, but that's a little bit different too, because I mean, anyone was playing Helldivers. So
I mean, it's the issue on Stellar Blade is that Stellar Blade was going to make money regardless. It's an issue separate from the sales issue, because the issue with Stellar Blade, Bossman, was censorship. People being sold a batch of goods and then it being taken from them. At which case that was true. And the response that the shipped up developers said was, guys, just don't patch the game. Wink, 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 wink. Just don't patch the game. And also wait for PC. Wink, 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 wink. That was the issue with that game. Like, Yote and Stellar Blade are two different situations.
Well, I mean, it wasn't like that big of a shock that it was a roaring success.
Yeah, I guess I feel like we're talking past each other. I want this. I would love a transparent situation. That would be awesome. It would be super cool, as I said earlier, if people even started leaking the numbers. We always loved that. Back on NeoGAF back in the day, people would leak the numbers. That's why I was saying earlier that NPD started putting fake numbers out in some people's charts to try to track the people down. That's how serious it is, because you're breaching the contract you have with them when you share the numbers. That's why people don't share them, because they're afraid that it's like sharing a screenshot and there's like some secret watermark in it. You might be accidentally sharing a number that accidentally points to your exact account because it's a little bit different, because they started doing that during the retail era. So that's why the numbers aren't shared.
I feel like that's what we keep getting back to, and maybe if it's a circular argument right now, maybe we can move on from it. But I just feel like right now we're kind of normalizing opacity. and the industry that is being built on consumer spending is allergic to being accountable to the very consumers that they're selling the products to. And I feel like that is a massive disconnect that does not exist in all regions, but it exists here. And all we have to go by is various analysts, not just Piscatella and Circana. There's various analysts that also do this. You say he's the gold standard. That's your preference. That's your opinion, which is fine. But I don't necessarily agree with you on that.
I think that if you don't, it's totally fine if you don't believe the numbers. I think you have to present evidence as to why the numbers don't count and why everyone in the industry believes them.
I just did. I thought we went through all the screenshots of how.
You bringing up screenshots about Famitsu has nothing to do with Serana. You have not made a certifiable argument about Serana. Your argument about Serana is literal cope. Try again.
Oh, he's done this in the past before.
Yeah, because you used Assassin's Creed Shadows, which is
Dragon Age Veilguard.
Dragon Age Veilguard did sell really well in the beginning. It tailed off, and we don't know what the expectations were for the game. It did sell. It sold several million copies, didn't it? So it didn't sell like 2 million copies.
I don't think, not in the first few weeks. No, maybe it got
all over. If you're trying to now say, well, you see, Serana's not trustworthy because look at all these games that have drama going on about them. Like, they're mockery. Like, clearly these games are good. That's not what you were making. That's not what your claim was. Now you're reaching for straws. This is where he's about to whoop your ass.
There eventually.
I don't give a shit about Dragon Age. I don't play Dragon Age games. What I'm saying is that like this is the reason. Like
what he said was incorrect about it. It doesn't matter if you played it or not. My point is, this is why
it's not incorrect. You're looking at they're not lying about the numbers. You don't understand what you're. I'm sorry, dude. You really don't know what you're talking about. Like you really don't. Like everything rides on their long-term reliability. That's why they went back and fixed the numbers when they didn't have digital access. For instance, like.
But I feel like by presenting information that's a partial picture with a whole bunch of stipulations attached to it.
Except that the stipulations are, these are the numbers because it's the industry standard. And you're trying to argue against something that you claimed that you already knew. And you tried desperately to assume, as Exocrush is about to use Charles Fried Chicken Barbecue. Okay, 1 second. Hold on. That's going into the Radio Carl ads. Holy shit. Where's my page? Carl's Fried Chicanery. Barbecue and foot rubs. God damn it. Oh God. What have I done? What is this monster I've created? Okay. So, put this in perspective. Imagine I'm a shareholder for Carl's Fried Chicanery Barbecue and Foot Rub. For each month, or for a year, he gives me a transparency record each time we meet up because it's my money going to his pocket as an account holder. Yes.
It paints a very fake image of reality that people run with to try to get a W, and it's like, well, that's...
Try to get a W in the industry that has been running on these numbers for years? That they use as the projection of how everything is meant to be understood and function, as the basis on how they are talking about things. If I don't give them a report, that means something is wrong. Actually, yes. I can actually even use an even better example that we all fully understand. The numbers that I have shown you all in concerns with just the Obsidian chart. Because I have to update the numbers for today because those are people who have donated or will donate on Super Chats. Or will donate in through Ko-Fi. When I show you guys those numbers that are on my chart for the sub reward and dono tracker, because I started the bottom tracker different from the original tracker. I'm physically tracking the money on a separate list, on this separate sheet. So, Answer Crusher being one of the people who has donated the most, he can see which one of these payments are payments that he physically made himself, because he knows what he paid for proportionally. And he can also tell which ones were based off of what, because if it was added with somebody else's work of the day, he could probably tell which much of it was his money and how much of it was somebody else's money. Because it's like a back and forth between himself, Boster, and a couple of other people who've donated here and there. Like Alex is in here, he's in here a lot, Boss is in here as well. He can tell if the money that I would have available at a later date when we come to donate cash back, and donate money, and donate gifts, and give away things, adds up to the money that he's given. So I tell you all where the money's gone. The same way that for the fundraise that we did for my friend in Batavia, Ohio, I then showed the receipts of where that money came from and where it went, so that people could say, I did not steal the money. Because obviously, if I did not show that, then it would be theft. The same thing done to Innuendo Studios would be done to me. Look, he stole this money. Look, you ran away with it. And instead we say, no, he didn't. And in fact, here's the proof of where it went. Here's the screenshots of all of the information. Here's the evidence of all the information, collated down to the last dime. Which, by the way, she opened another fundraiser because she's starting to have troubles again. They're starting to fuck her over at a job. We'll talk about that at a later date. Like, I would be giving him reports on what was happening regardless. You would not be able to say that these are things that are not happening, Smash, because then they would be reporting him for fraud! There's too much money here for you to say that it's something that is happening that's not happening. So many people would be saying, you're stealing my money, where's my report on the industry? Where's my money, Brian? Where's my money? Where's my money, Brian? You can't keep saying these things about the industry and no one check you on it. Especially after them saying, you are the industry, and them showing you're not the industry. Or, worse, in my field of interest, this works. Yeah, this also works too. You're retarded. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. You don't understand this basic thing you'd already understand if you knew this. This game is not funny. It's funny how you're arguing it, but it's not funny. It's frustrating. Because then you're endeavoring the reputation of companies, journalists, businesses, developers, corporations as a whole. Everybody's in this Bane conspiracy theory, and the only way that it's fully revealed is from Smash JT and people like Smash. That's not how the industry should work.
What is the W? What, like, I guess I'm curious, like, what is Circana's W by presenting their clients with bad data? Go ahead.
Have you seen the internet? What everyone's running with right now? How they...
So, you're asked, what is the W? What does Circana gain from lying to their clients? Well, have you seen the internet? Have you seen how people can manipulate the information? Yeah! It's almost like there's a good reason for them to have their accurate data based on those fucking grifters. Huh? You're one of them, Smash!
Trying to get owns on everyone. Oh, look!
Do you understand that Circana's data doesn't exist for the internet, that it exists for the paying clients that rely on its reliability?
And why does Matt even tweet anything out?
Because they're I just said this earlier, because they tease the numbers so that you subscribe to get the actual data. That's why they do it. That's why they've done it forever. And in fact, back in the PS3 era, they stopped even doing that, and everyone got mad. So they started releasing them again. That's why. Like, this is a frustrating conversation because
It's a sales tactic, Smash. It's a sales tactic. Come on, oh my God. Come on down to Carl's Fried Cannery Barbecue and Foot Rub. Get yourself a rub and a tug for only $15.97. Ask for the Carl special and you can get some extra sauce on the side. I'm so upset with you, Usher Crusher. Like, this is basic marketing rules. This is basic marketing tools. This is basic fucking syndication. How don't you understand this, Smash? I thought you were a businessman.
Hey, you worked at SOE. Like, how do you not understand this shit? It's like it's crazy to me. No offense. It's like, how do you not understand?
I understand. I don't agree with it. Is my point.
You can disagree with it all you fucking want. You still don't understand because you keep arguing it.
I feel like it needs to be more transparent, and I don't agree with the methods. I feel like it's very disingenuous. It paints a false image, and you're saying it's fine, bro. This is how it works.
Because it is how it works. If you were taking an argument about, hey, people should be allowed to withhold the numbers so they can be used for insider trading, that would be the argument you're making. But that's not how the industry works. Because if they were using it for insider trading and people were making way too much money off of it, doing legal action, those people would be found out. And I'm pretty sure that's what's happened. Now, if the business is real good, they'll detail how much money went into the game and how much output was done with a spreadsheet of predictions on how much it makes. Yes. That's effectively what Serana is technically allowing you to do. They give you the numbers, and then you physically take the comparison of the spreadsheets, then you take the news, and you do data heuristics with those numbers. On the internal number, this is something they're already doing for their job business itself. But Serana is the data that is representative of the entire industry. So, if Serana worked more like what Smash thinks it works as a master control system, then you would have an entire business. Being read to filth for its data numbers. Like, it'd be a system that takes Serana and combines it with something like Ground News and shows the gaming development that is reporting on the numbers and the gaming developers that are not reporting on the numbers. That make news stories based on that data and stories that are not based on that data. You take the drama of the events and material being discussed, and you would combine these to get a full picture of the background with the same data network and the same data heuristics with the system's input, then being used to extrapolate the numbers by the data as a whole figure. So you'd have the game in its ecosystem, you'd have the game on the ecosystem of its platform, you'd have the game in the wider platform scene, and you'd have the wider conversation around the topic of the numbers. Now, if they were to do that, maybe that would be closer to what he claims he's asking for. We know that's not what Smash is asking for, but that'd be closer to what he claims he's asking for. But it goes deeper.
Maybe that's where the disconnect is. As I'm saying,
that is how it works. You have to find someone you have to find a new entity that can go to all the retailers and publishers and console manufacturers, get access to all of their numbers, and then give them to you for free. That's what you're gonna have to find. In the meantime, there's a company that scrapes all that data and charges for it. I'm not protecting. That's just the way it goes. That's the way it always been. There is no territory in the entire world that shows their numbers transparently. There's none. Japan and Europe show retail numbers.
Right. And
they're not transparent numbers. Most people buy their games digitally. Those numbers are widely useless.
I mean, again, this is your opinion that you're stating as fact. You're saying most people buy it digitally. These are useless. Like that's not a factual thing. That's your opinion. I'm saying this is a factual thing.
It is not his opinion. Most of the people are buying things as a part of the industry. And they are buying them digitally because it is a part of the future of gaming that is not going to be purely physical. They're going to get digital content. If they don't actually operate with it, if they don't actually produce what they're asking for, then they will be descriptively behind the times and ineffectual with dealing with the marketplace that they are building for. And it will ruin them. Ruin them. Ruin them. Because they are not competitive to what they need to be. You would have to be crazy to think otherwise. But it appears that he is indeed smoking crack here. He is doing meth.
Looking at here, something that's not lied, not this is tangible. It's an actual graph showcasing sales in Japan. And oh, by the way, if you
It shows
wanna
retail
take
sales
counter-
in Japan.
Right. Sorry. Retail sales in Japan.
Do you don't understand that that's a huge caveat?
There
That's
is
a
a
huge caveat.
Yeah,
Huge.
but they also sell for Tsushima digitally too. It's not just digital. for your
Right.
thing.
So you're showing retail. You're showing a decline in retail sales over the last 5 years. That's
No, I guess we could show another chart showing other sales of other
Holy
games
moly.
that line up with Tsushima, but now we're kind of moving the goalposts. I thought a good argument was based off of the direct competition of its predecessor, because most sequels, I think you've been in the industry long enough, companies expect a sequel to far exceed and outperform the original.
That's not necessarily true. I don't know where that comes from.
Okay,
That doesn't even make any sense. Does it? I mean, does that really make any sense when you think about it?
At least as many as the first one, I guess you could say.
I think that it probably will sell close to the first one when all is said and done. 5 million after 5
Do you
months.
think that was what they set out for? Was their goal?
Any person who's setting out to do a business does not know what their goal is outside of marginal success until they start having the ability to start making business by sale, dude. That is how any business works. Are you serious? Are you really serious, Smash? If I were to make a business for barbecue, foot rubs, and drama, my goal would be the same scale that I set out for my own research shit, which was the goals that I made at the breakpoints I made. I didn't set out to make a bunch of fucking cash. It was not promised to me. I did exactly what I said I would do and held myself to those standards. I said 100, 200, 500, 1K. I did not make an extravagant number that would never be reached, like 1 million. 5, 10, 30, 50, 100. It's entirely possible that in setting this goal for myself, I'm saying here's what I think is reasonable. 5 subs is reasonable. 10 subs is reasonable. 30 subs, reasonable. 50 subs, reasonable. 100 subs, reasonable. Why are they reasonable? Because they scale upwards. 5 to 10 to 30 to 50. 5 increase, 20 increase, 20 increase. Then it doubled. 100 to 100 to 300 to doubled. Scope is important in this conversation. Because you don't have a scope to what it is you're actually asking for, and you've never really thought about it, and your entire argument is, well, the numbers should be public. They should give it away for free. The entire way this business is done, they should monetizably give it away for free. They should be doing it for free. Why are they doing it for free? I don't know. For the same reason why there are people who are begging for changes inside of a video game, where all they had to do was just learn how to play differently. Except here, money's on the line. Well, they just give it away for free? Because that's not how the business works. Why isn't there somebody else that competes and does it for free? Because there isn't. Are you going to fund them? No? Then shut the fuck up and get in line. Just like everybody else.
Considering Nate Fox said the game cost the same amount of money or around the same amount of money that they developed the original one in, probably. They made $400 million on the original game.
That one is very vague too, because they say they don't give actual information. So what does about the same even mean? 1 million away? 10 million more? 100? Like what is? Oh, it was almost. What was the quote? It was close to how much the original budget was.
I think he said surprising. I think he said, I had it here in my notes. Very, very similar.
Very similar. So
assume it's even 1.5x more.
Mm-hmm.
That brings it to 90 million.
Mm-hmm.
I assume the marketing spend is another 0.5x more.
There we go.
Sony has made all of that money back plus another $50 or so million, and now every single game that they sell is pure profit.
Correct. So if we're saying we'll say just for numbers use, we'll say it's 100 million for the budget. So you're saying right now that it's at 1.6 million they've sold. That's at 80 million. They need to sell, we'll say another 900,000 or so to get to 40 million more, and that would be a 20 million profit in a year or so of selling this game. By the way, I want to be clear. I never said this game is not going to turn a profit. I just said it's going to fail when compared to Tsushima and what could have been. That's always been my argument.
My theory about this is that you guys don't like the game because it has a female protagonist, and you don't like one of the chicks that worked at the studio that said really stupid shit. Nate Fox fired her, so I don't know what else you wanted him to do. And that you're actively rooting against it, like you actively root against all these other games for amorphous reasons of it being.
Well, you say
Yes, Colin. That is the reason. And he's about to fight you really hard about it.
you say you guys.
Yeah.
You guys, you grifters, you content creators, you YouTubers, you everythings. All of it.
I can't speak for everyone. I can only speak for myself, which is
Well, you have been rooting against it. That is the case. That is the argument that you're making. It is your argument that you have made. It is the argument that many others have made. Stop hiding. Own your shit.
that's all I'm going to do here. For me personally, this was the turning point for me. When I saw this, I'm like, yep, I'm out. That's me personally. And I think for a studio to even consider hiring an activist as their lead protagonist for a game, that is a very dangerous road to go down, because then you...
It's a choice. They made a choice. Did the choice result in more money lost or more money gained? If it did, then bro, guess what? If it had worked out and gotten them more money, guess what they would have done? They would have hired another activist. It didn't work out. Well then, congratulations, JT. Let the market decide. Why aren't you letting the market decide, JT? Why do you seem to think that you should be the one that decides, JT? Are you serious? Yes, he's very serious. He's very serious.
end up in a situation where there are potentially multiple people like me that see something like this and say, I don't want to support.
Like you specifically, or like you in general? Because if you're saying like you specifically, I'm going to say the same thing that I just said to all the rest of them too. If you're saying in general, then he's literally talking about all of you, and Colin was correct to call you on your shit. Pick one.
With that, this person actively hates me and what I stand for. Why would...
Then don't buy the game with your money. Do not support the game during its active live stream sale. Support the game by buying it when it's no longer relevant. Then they don't get your money and they don't get your business in that way. Because if your entire idea is, I don't like the fact that this person who's a franchiser of this company is making money off this, so I'm not going to buy X brand. Okay, that's nice. Are you going to remain consistent? No. Then what are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Would I support a game and put money in the pocket of someone like that?
I think that's great that you feel that way. It doesn't mean that like it had a wide-ranging effect on the... I think that, well, because you're projecting everything about the game based on Sucker Punch's casting decision and the behavior of one of the people at the studio. There are plenty of people at Sucker Punch that don't like me at all. I know a lot of people there. There are plenty of people there that don't like me at all. I have to separate
do you
all
want
that
to
from the game.
support people that do not like you actively?
Dude, I'm a conservative in the video game industry.
Mm-hmm.
That's not much of a choice if you want to play games. It's the creative industry.
So, the answer that you just asked here, Spash, was retarded as fuck. Do you want to support people who don't like you? I work in an industry as a conservative. I don't think it would be fair for me to judge them with a preamble of excuses to justify being ignorant on something that I have the numbers that show that it is actually popular, if you lie and say that it's unpopular because of the drama shit. Well, you must be just like them! Shut your ass up. Shut your ass up. What are you doing? Oh, well, you actually supporting your enemies. They're not my enemies. They can do that all day till Sunday, bro. They can do that all day till Sunday. It doesn't change the fact that if you lie, I'm going to sit here and say, that didn't happen. It's like the fucking post that I made where I had to defend fucking Mighty Keith. And you claiming that he's a shill because he got an ad to fucking play a game. Whether or not you think he's a shill, he is, but not in the capacity of Yote at this time, in this period. For this conversation that he's having with Colin. Is he a person who wants to be a grifter to the right wing? or the left wing, specifically the left wing, yes, he is. But he's played the game. He's played the game, bro. And you have not. He knows what he's talking about in the material of the content. You do not. And then, the fucking bean counters don't care about the drama. They see that as a way to get more money. Have you never shaken your hand with a person who you vehemently hate, but at the end of the day, it's good business? Clearly not. That comes from being in a hug box.
That's just the reality of the situation.
I would
I lived in
disagree
San
with that.
Francisco
I
for
think
10
the
years. I
only
was the
way
most
to
conservative
enact
person I
change
knew.
in the industry is to speak with your wallet.
I mean,
I
sure.
agree. Speak with your wallet, but don't project onto you got it.
It's like, yes, you can be able to speak with your wallet, and you can also not lie! Because when you lie, he's going to push your shit in! What's hard about that?
It's obvious, dude. You guys are you're so wrapped up in this culture war over this game, and can't back up.
I didn't order anything.
And see the forest for the trees. I'm sure you guys cost, and not only you guys, but other people that were offended by it, cost the game, I don't know, tens of thousands of copies sold. Certainly it would have sold more copies and did more if the casting was different.
But you're
And
saying
people weren't upset about
you guys caused it to not sell. But what about the people that we didn't cause to not sell, but people just that don't watch YouTube that saw this and were like, why did they put a female protagonist into this game? I don't want to play that.
They would then pay with their wallet, and they would not buy it. And then when they asked that question with other people, they would then have an answer given to them. And then they would then ask themselves, okay, so how badly do I want to play this game? Does this game need to be in my collection? And then they would purchase or not purchase, based on that desire from their wallet. There would be no FOMO that leads the decision and the choice, dude. Like, it belies on itself the logic of the consumer to inform themselves. Which is the problem that a lot of people in the industry have. And by industry, I mean the YouTuber business of being a shill and being a grifter. My own scheister, saying that I'm like fucking Smash JT, and I'm not. I don't know. And I don't care. Because I can promise you, Eric Kiishi's never going to talk to me personally. Period, dude. They're never going to talk to me directly. If they do, the shit that I will have to say to them, they're not going to like to hear it because it's the shit I would have already been saying to them on Twitter, live to their face. The fact of the matter is, those people are not going to tell you the truth. Okay? Just like you are not really talking to him about the truth and he's calling you on your bluff. With you talking to Colin, as you did at this time. And then you coping across the entire internet at every person who made fun of you and your dumbass arguments. If they want to buy the game, they're going to buy the game. If they're told by a YouTuber like me that they should buy the game, then the argument is not going to be, well, you shouldn't buy the game because they made it woke. No, because that's not what my audience comes to me for. Path of Exile 3 making white women go crazy is wild, by the way, Extra Pressure. Oh my god. No, they're going to come to me and say, Carl, should I buy this new game? And I'm going to tell them the same shit I would have told myself. Are you interested in it? Then you should buy it. Are you not interested in it? Then don't buy it. Well, I need somebody to push me over the edge, and you're the deciding factor, Carl. If I must, what do you wish me to do, Master? I will divine and learn the knowledge I can, and we'll learn the knowledge together. Can you find a reason why you people want to buy this game? What a good choice. Ding! And then live on camera, we all get to do the research together. And then, at the end of the day, the thing that comes with it is that then that pushes in a direction. And that direction, on that basis, Smash, then it belies the fact of, well, here's what they said, here's what she said, here's what I think, but the only real way to know, chat, is to dive right in. It's time to buy the game, and dive right in. And unfortunately, that would then support the industry of people who you don't like that hate you. But guess what? They already don't care. They already don't care. They're scattershotting to make as much money as possible. Whether they get a cash bow out of me or not is a moral question. And that's not an answer that we can make for you. That's not my job. My job is not to make a moral condemnation on your behalf to tell you whether or not you have a good taste of opinion and a good taste in general. Or that you see a situation that is very much based on your own perspective. If you buy the game, you buy the game. If you don't buy the game, you don't buy the game. If you then ask me for the reasons why you shouldn't support them, on top of the game itself not being that good or not being that appealing, then that's more things that would have already confirmed the bias you already had. My job is to teach you to teach yourself. My job is to help you make your own choices. And then, when you come to me for something that I can research, I can then tell you what I found out about that research. Doing it publicly, in front of the camera, so that everybody sees the information that we arrived at the same time that I discovered it. And then my opinion should not be the opinion that you use and the argument you use, unless you already agree with the argument and the opinion, because it's something you're already going to do. So, the ontological inertia of my own ramifications of arriving at my decision to support it, or not support it, should be the same rationalization you come to it with yours. You do not just, Carl said it's good, so I'm trusting Carl, because you know he doesn't, he always hits. No, sometimes I could be wrong and I could miss. And that's the difference between YouTubers who want to do their job and people who don't want to do their job. And unfortunately, in that case, Smash, it is not the job of the YouTuber to be the one who makes the facts and opinions. Because guess what that leads you to? It leads to the act snake. It leads you to being the act man. Ah, well, you see, we should trust the opinions of well-liked people. Look, they have a lot of audience members. That means that they're never wrong. Except when that person's lying to you on purpose. Because he's trying to control another person on a proxy to push somebody else out or in to something they want. In the case of the Act Man, actively trying to use the struggle session of Az to try and force Mahler as a third-party mediator to be the go-between on talking to him about an issue that he had with Az. And unwilling to change his opinion, he only changes his opinion afterwards. He sees, oh shit, man, this woke stuff, oh boy, golly gee willikers, I better change my opinion, because if I don't, people are going to think I'm crazy. There's way too much information here that makes this look really embarrassing. I better change my opinion. Then how do you trust them?
What's the big deal about that?
The game was based off of Jin Sakai, a story with a male lead protagonist in feudal Japan.
And this one has a female. And they adapted it. And
people fell in love with. Why would Sucker Punch change it to what many people would say the narrative, and especially during the...
Why would they take this beloved story and change it for the message? Tell the truth.
Peak era
Using too many words.
of, I guess you could say, wokeness or whatever you want to call it during the pandemic.
Did you play Ghost of Tsushima?
I did. One of my favorite games of all time. Love it.
How the fuck would they continue the game?
Jin Sakai becoming the ghost, go to the mainland, open world, would have been amazing.
So you wanted a direct sequel to the ghost story that was wrapped up, especially with Iki Island and all that stuff, as opposed to jumping forward?
Yes. Yes, I did. And I know a lot of people that did.
Your opinion is trash, is what he's telling you. Narratively, they would not be able to continue it unless the thing that you want to happen, which is you be in the kitchen, happened. And you're not the developer. It's not your choice. If you think that's something that should exist, make the game company, make the game, sell it. Prove us wrong. Go forth!
I don't know. I really don't know how the story would continue from there. The story is over. He's wanted. Oh, I don't even want to even spoil it.
Writers write stories. They create the story. I could give you the same pushback saying, I don't know how you'd write a story 100 years in the future throwing a chick in there. Like what kind of argument is that?
Unironically quoting throw a chick in there and make her gay.
Well, I want to go back to the chick thing. Like, what is the problem with it being a woman? Because it's a fantasy. It's not supposed to be historically accurate.
Let's go back even further than that. Why did they need to put a girl into it?
Because they chose to. If I came up with an ARPG where all of the characters are women, but they're all sexually attractive with various body types. Now, I'm talking all of the body types. From the skinniest, stick-thin Eugenia Cooney not eating enough to 500 heifer, and they all have magical abilities, and yet they're somehow all conventionally attractive, despite their body types. Who's going to say, Carl, why did you make an ARPG that's just full of breasted, boobedly women that all look like supermodels, from size 0 to size 32F? Yes. Yeah, that's how it works! That's how ideas work! Smash! If people want to support that, it's like, damn, Carl's really cooking there in the kitchen. His breasted boobedly fighter is a really fun RPG. Like, I don't necessarily care about the characters and stuff, but man, the game systems! It's like going to fucking Hooters for the conversation in wings, bro! Unironically, man! Ah!
I don't know. I guess it was a creative decision. I don't mind one way or the other.
Exactly. That's the problem I have with it.
You have a problem with a creative decision. Good for you. Who cares? They made a lot of money off it. Looked like a good creative decision. This is the logic of money, man. This is not a good argument.
Disagree with that creative decision. And I was like, you know what? I still might be open to it. Because maybe the game doesn't go over.
And ultimately, yeah, that's the other side of it, Extra Pressure. They can look at the stuff for the drama that brings the attention through through ESG, SBI, and or Bridge. And they will then say, well, was it a wasted opportunity? Did we not make money off of this? And how much money in magnitudes did we make? Exactly. 100%. And unfortunately, it appears that Smash JT's opinion is that, actually, they should do what I want. So, Smash JT, just like all the Hellwhiners, just like all the other people who usually complain about video games and the reason they do shit, or movies, or TV shows, and aren't the people who have the insight to allow there to be possibilities and differences, he is the type of person who automatically says, why didn't they do what I want? Because they didn't!
Overboard in any direction, but as soon as I saw this post from her, I was out.
But
that's just me, though. I don't speak.
Right, that's just you and select number of other people. That's great. No one's saying you can't feel or don't feel a certain way about it. I think what a lot of people are confused about, and what I'm certainly confused about, is the hate and this energy that you guys put towards disliking everything. It comes off to me as touristy. If I'm being perfectly honest
just
with you.
because I don't like what you like doesn't mean anything. I love.
You not liking what I like does not mean anything about the condemned of your character. But you actively trying to change the industry into something that it's not understanding the culture of the place that you're trying to navigate through, and actively being combative about things that are part of the culture is the sign of a tourist. And you are a gaming tourist, Smash. You are 100% a gaming tourist. To the nines. Does that mean you need to be as nerdy as me? No. Does it mean you need to be using slurs as often as Jay does? No. Does it mean that you need to have 10+ hour pain streams that are endurance based between your content, like that of the political side of the spectrum being it's Adam Sitch, and the entertainment side of the industry being Every Frame of Pause, or any of the other super shows that are ran by any of the people who are guests on those platforms and performances? No. But the fact that you don't even know the language, habla the culture, and are actively trying to just simply not truthfully speak on what you want to talk about, yeah, you're a tourist.
Expedition 33 is one of the best games I've ever played.
That's wonderful. That's still one game out of many that you clearly just seem to not like at all, bro.
I fell in love with that game. It was amazing. I just finished Silksong. One of the best games I've ever played.
What does that have to do with Ghost of Yotei?
Yeah, what does that have to do with Ghost of Yotei, bro? That's great that you played some new games that were coming up and were the rant and rave. I could probably ask you the same question on whether or not you played Balatro, and then you'd be in the exact same position as Set Alpha saying, Balatro's gambling. I don't want to do a conversation with you. The behoovement of the material that you could have done, and the content that you could have said, and the arguments that could have been had in the place of that conversation that never happened, says a lot about the position of the conversation that is happening, and whether or not you add your voice to it.
does it have to do with saying you hate everything? I'm like, no, I
Because whenever you have something to say positive about the industry, you withhold it, and you're saying it in a place where nobody can see it, which is half the problem of your content. You're always projecting the negativity in your content and in your work. You're never open and loud about the things you are supportive of. And you're always loud about the things that you're hyper negative of. Especially to the point of covering it constantly to be negative. How are they supposed to know what you fucking love and like, considering all your content's behind a paywall?
don't. I just gave you examples of games I love.
But why is your YouTube channel covered in all the things you hate then?
It's covered in things that are interesting to me. There's
Okay, your channel is covered in things that in your interest seem to be all negative. Da-da! Maybe talk about more positive things. Maybe talk about more games that you enjoyed, as well as things that you didn't enjoy, as much as you could controversy and topics. He's got a perfect case example, which is a question anybody could be asked about any kind of output and input that they do. Because if people actually knew that about your work, they would not make that argument. But that's never what you're there for! You're never there for that! You don't come to the table to sell and to play and to make and to trade and to converse. You come selling shit! You always want to sell something!
things that I hate, things that I like, things that are something curious to talk about. That's my YouTube channel.
Drama. You just described yourself being a snake oil salesman that sells drama. Because if you're not talking about games that you like, games that you love, games that you dislike, games that have controversy and topics going around them, and you're not always just antagonizing the entire greater industry that you are already being rejected by, then you wouldn't ask that question. The fuck?
That's always been my YouTube channel.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It comes off to...
The interesting thing about how this all seems to work is people that don't understand who someone else is, oftentimes they just hear the negative stuff, and then they get a perception of, oh.
Yes, Smash. People that get often lied about will have somebody give them a negative presentation of their worst qualities because they have a negative opinion about them. And the wise man will then see if those negative opinions are then vented and are justified by their viewpoints, especially depending on how vindictive that person is. And yet, if you actually get into a deeper conversation and talk about those things at depth and at length, that person's character will then reveal themselves to be who they are or are not. In your case, you don't talk about the things that you like and the things that you don't like. You talk about things that can make you a profit. It's all over your channel. He does not think that you have the ability to have the conversation that would be possible if you weren't a fucking grifter. Therefore, you are just bad. You are as bad faith as Ethan fucking Ralph. Now, whether or not that's the case, you thought, whether or not that's the case, on whether or not is the things to be had, somebody doesn't know what permaban means, on whether that is the case of something that is to be had, is reliant and reliant upon an entire other connection of problems that are already instigated upon the further connections and the further discussions that could be had with the material and the discussion that is then being given to the greater span of full discussion and full conversation. But unfortunately, the scope of what you're asking for is not the same thing as what you actually want it to be. You don't want that to be the case. You don't want that to be the discussion. You want it to be something entirely different, dude. Unfortunately, you do not have deeper things to talk about. There's nothing greater going on inside your head or your heart. You want people to say, there's something greater to me. You don't know everything about me. But when you get the opportunity to show me, show him, show the industry, show the people that you're disagreeing with, show the other people what it is that you're actually here for, into, and trying to do, you don't. There's no redeeming qualities.
Oh, that's all that guy is. Because they don't actually research and find out, actually...
So, you're just claiming that Colin doesn't do his research now? That's bold. Let's see how that works out for him.
Actually, he's multifaceted and talks about a lot of different things. And I found him because of something he hated, but he actually talks about things that he loves too.
How are they going to be able to do that? Everything that you have is paywalled. And the things that are not paywalled are all the things that you are constantly ranting about hating.
I looked at your YouTube channel. It was all. I mean, I'm sure there's things on there, but it was all just
Drama.
the same shit. It's not really about. Yeah, it's really not about like. I would love to see. Do you do like deep dives into games and like play
Here we go. Do you play games, bro?
games with people and like talk about the games you play and
I do,
or is it about
yeah.
everything that you hate and like the
no,
next
on my
woke
games-
thing and
on
the
my
woman
games-
or the didn't
No,
you
on my
like
game
or when
things,
you
I talk
called
about
like
games
didn't you
all the
call
time.
Tales of Kenzera Zao woke because it had black people in it?
No,
Dun 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 dun. News about you spreading through the action. Well, you see, you didn't do your research. Actually, he did. Weren't you amongst the people that were in that live stream that made jokes at the deference of Abubakar Saleem and actively insulted him and his heritage and said his game was bad because of where he'd come from and that he had no supposed experience? Yeah! 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 Get him! Get him!
I feel like Tales of Kenzero Zao got caught up in the crossfire of a situation.
That's not what you said at the time.
I actually feel bad for Abu Bakr Salim. Good dude.
Well, if you feel bad for people like that, you should think twice about kind of some of the energies you're putting into the ether in the industry.
No, I think it's
Bad.
important. That's why we're here, is to find out information, to give the information to people. And to get it accurate.
Yeah, to get it accurate. And that's why I wanted to come on to let you know everyone in the industry knows that the gold standard of numbers is Circana. Doesn't mean and
Period. Like, period.
yeah, everyone knows
Wrapping it back around to the thing you didn't want to accept, as you then tried to get into the reads about DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, bridge, and wokeness.
that. Everyone subscribes to it.
Did you buy Tales of Kenzera Zao? Or
Yes.
was it
What an interesting pivot. He said yes. Oh shit, where are you going to go from here, Smash?
you bought
I
it like, with money? Or was it
I don't
gift-
get anything for free, dude. I buy all of my games.
You bought it?
He is a conservative in the game industry. He doesn't get freebies. He is not liked by them. Even if you were to get them as a professional courtesy, he would probably reject them on principle, because he would rather support it with his cash and show where his money goes. Because integrity matters.
Yeah,
And you played it?
I platinumed it.
Okay.
And you don't have anything else to say about it, because you didn't play it, because you said it was made by a black Frenchman. Technically, not black Frenchman, but he did business with SBI, so that's as far as people cared. Kenyan, to be exact. But, do you have anything to say about the game? No? Didn't even pirate it? No?
I don't get anything. That was the other thing I really liked about it was when you made a video about me and you used the thumbnail with shill in it. You're calling the person who doesn't get anything for free from anyone, who accepts no free games, no early access, no travel, no preview events. No
Listen to how you
hardware,
talk about it.
But you're a shill. Look at how you defend the industry and how you're not immediately sucking my cock. Words don't matter. Energy doesn't matter. Intent doesn't matter.
know anything, and then saying I'm a shill, but you like for what?
Listen to how you talk about Circana and defend it.
Because he's a part of the game industry that all use it as a definitive basis, which if you were in the game industry, you would understand. You claimed to be a part of the game industry, and that you said this as a basis of, I know what I'm talking about, and yet you still don't know what you're talking about. We are still here. We are still we are technically an hour into this broadcast, and we are still here with you trying to argue something that is not real and is not happening.
So if something is objectively true and one defends it, they're a shill for it.
I don't believe that Circana is objectively true. That we talked again, circular argument here. We talked about how they obfuscate numbers, misdirect, and make it seem like something's better than it is, and then far afterwards go back and correct it with, oh, actually it was way further down than it was because.
How would that happen in the current year when the data that is directly getting from the API at the store would show the opportunity, if someone were to cook the books in this way that you're describing, Smash, would be immediately outed, especially if it was the basis of the story. You make a video. Somebody claims something about the Serrano numbers in this universe that you live in. You make a video. Something that you're able to divine through the numbers is not accurate. It's on the levels of a fucking Robert Langdon book. So, The Da Vinci Code, Angels and Demons. A grand conspiracy that only you can divine. Only you see the numbers, Mason. People in the industry start looking into it, and they realize, oh shit, actually he is right. Sorry, Horror, you cancer crusty. Look, I have to wash my hands religiously. I'm sorry. I'm gonna look ashy. Also, technically, I look way too crusty because this overhead light is not helping my complexion whatsoever. But only you can divine this deeper truth and this deeper narrative that the industry is not revealing. It would be one of the biggest fucking news busts of the year. One of the biggest stories. One of the biggest things revealed of the year. Maybe the decade. Maybe the entire generation of this new era of the industry. People would lose their jobs, lives, dynasties. Entire dynasties would be ruined. Shareholders would be fucking calling for heads and blood. Heads would roll. Entire businesses will rise and fall because of such of a shakeup of such a story. And if you were to be able to break that story, wow, more power to you. You were able to fix an actual problem of the industry. But it does not work the way that you claim it does, because it doesn't work that way. Unfortunately, as much as you want to wish that it does, it's not gonna change. It's not gonna change, bro.
Because now we have all these other ones that were above it.
Again, I'm going to say that would only be a point if they were dishonest with the data at the time, but they were letting everyone know they only had X data. So this is the data that we're presenting. You're arguing. You're literally arguing against actual data being dragged from.
18th best-selling game. I don't see any asterisks here. I don't see you telling people that. You just. I mean, by your own definition, this is misinformation.
So you want me to have an asterisk in it, and it says, "Ghost of Yotei is the 18th best-selling game in the U.S. when not counting Nintendo digital games, expansions, DLC, microtransactions, and non-major PC storefront." Like, that's the asterisk we have to put in there. If you just look at the data, it says all that anyway.
That's what I mean. To my point, that's why.
If you had the data, you would already know that, and there would be no need for that smash. Upon being explained how the system works, the asterisk would be implied, especially if he's working off the same data set. Circular does not even begin to explain how far-reaching the scope is.
I can't trust Circana because there's too many things that go into it to use that as the gold standard.
I don't know, dude. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It's like you don't want to hear like what I'm saying. It's just. It is what it is. You can believe what you're not. What I was trying to say earlier to you, and you interrupted me, which is fine, because I think we have a little bit of a latent connection. I'm not offended by it. Was that like part of the fun of getting the Circana numbers with the MTV numbers back in the day was trying to plug in things you did know to try to figure out what you could figure out from the charts, and we already did that. We have,
which is literally what I said.
Numbers for Sonic Racing. We have numbers for Metal Gear Solid. We have numbers for other things, Silent Hill. You can put the numbers in there and figure it out. It's just like it doesn't. It just seems like you want to disbelieve. And I'm just telling you, not everything is a conspiracy. Not everyone's out to get you. There's literally nothing. There's nothing in it for them to misrepresent the data, because if the data is wrong, then they don't have jobs anymore. If the data is wrong, no one will trust them. Don't you understand that? If they are lying about the data and that is found out, that is such a major controversy in the games industry and would be a huge problem. It would swallow that company up. But the exact opposite is true, that they have to be incredibly accurate to have a business that's going for so long. It's the beginning and the end of it. You cannot trust it and not believe it, but it's true. So spreading, FUD about it is kind of lame, because there's so many other things to attack. It's the same thing with the wokeness argument about, oh, this is woke.
Which is another argument I make frequently. Why would I need to lie about it when I can just tell the truth about it? I don't need to say the game was woke, and therefore that's the reason why you shouldn't support it. I can say, I played fucking South of Midnight live on camera. I don't like how they did the mythology. I don't like the camera controls. I do not like the movement. I do not like the combat. I think the story that was there, that they could have been able to fully develop, was left on the cutting room floor because they were told that they had to make a game that had to be 5 different genres at once, and failed at all of them spectacularly, while leaving beautiful cinematography, beautiful artwork, and beautiful fucking composite on the goddamn cutting room floor, in trade for shit that didn't have to be there.
That's woke. It's like you're missing the forest for the trees, like to attack and like really rally around certain things that make more sense than everything. Everything can't be a problem.
Let me ask you this, and I guess because we're kind of been going for a little bit here.
I'm getting my ass pounded, and I don't really have the ability to walk back what I'm saying, and I've kind of exposed myself as a fucking grifter.
Kind of towards the end of my questions I had for it, and again, thank you for this conversation. I think it's been very beneficial for everyone.
Oh yeah, it has been. It's been very beneficial for people like me and everybody else and your enemies.
I just saw this before the stream started. This is from Matt Piscatella on Blue Sky. This is the man we're supposed to trust with facts. He says, never ever let facts get in the way of believing what you wish were true.
Yeah.
If you believe you can fly, you go ahead and touch the sky.
What are we supposed to be learning here? More super chats on the screen, by the way. I can't even tell how much that one was for, but it looks like it's a 3-part number.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the guy that you want us to.
You realize it's sarcasm making fun of the people about Ghost of Yote, right?
No.
Yeah, and this was the thing that just destroyed a lot of what you were supposing, because you didn't know that he was making fun of you all. And you quoted this to him as proof that you took it seriously and literally and true. Probably the dumbest thing you could have fucking done.
No, I don't care.
You
what
understand that that's what he's doing, is making fun of
I don't
people
care
that are
what
making
it
fun
is.
of.
When I read this is supposed to be the gold standard, and this guy says,
This person is supposed to be one of the gold standards. I'm supposed to listen to him, and I didn't know that he was making a joke at my fucking expense? Hello?
don't let facts get in the way of believing what you wish for true.
He's making fun of you, dude. He's making fun of you. Do you not? Holy shit! Do you not understand that he's making fun of you?
I understand
and people
what he's
like
trying to do. This is a self-tell. This is a self-report.
How is it a self-report? It is a shibboleth, you stupid fuck. It is a shibboleth. You see, when I view this from my lens of being somebody who thinks he knows about the industry but doesn't, I think that he's telling on himself. But as the person who's on the inside of the joke, when you say to me, he's making fun of me, I don't see it that way. Because I see him as an enemy that you're telling me that I should listen to and believe. Because reasons, bro. Haha. Okay.
That's how I read it.
God. God bless you, dude. Like, I think you're an interesting cat. I will say this. I don't know all the details about your situation with Alyssa or whatever, but I'm a freedom of speech guy and a freedom of expression guy. People talk shit about me, clip my videos, do all that kind of stuff all the time. I never go after anyone. I don't know the specific details of your situation. It has nothing to do with any of those things. I think people are really hard on you for a lot of other things. This is the specific problem I have. Is nothing to do with any of the other controversies that you have. It's specifically about things that I know are true that we shouldn't even be arguing about because there are so many other things that can be argued about.
So, he even gives you the grace to say, listen, you're probably being harassed to the fucking nines by this crazy-ass girl. I don't know those specific details. I don't look into all that. But I have a problem about this thing right here. Don't go over there. Stay right here. Here's my problem with you about this stuff. And look at the fucking daggers! Look at the fucking daggers! He's staring at the screen. Look at him! Look at how angry that makes him! Look at how angry that makes him! He is so upset! He is so upset! The fact that he is this upset, that he is not able to frame him as a crazy, as a loon, as a woke-tard, is so mad! So infuriating! It comes through! And the fact that there are people that he was deafening, muting, and banning in the chat room while it was happening! Ugh! Octu-Lieber. Octu-Lieber. Octu-Lieber, dude. Octu-Lieber. Bless his heart. Bless his heart.
And instead, everything becomes a point of conflict. And it's bad. It's bad for the industry. It's bad for gamers. It's bad for everything. And I feel like you guys, and again, I say you guys, people like you thrive on this sort of energy. It's always content about other people, other people's opinions, random amorphous things, but never about the games. Never about playing the
Yes. Get 'em.
games, never about enjoying the games, never about streaming the games, doing content about spoiler casts and review discussions, anything like that. It's never about the games. And my suspicion is it's never about the games because that's not where the traffic is for you guys. So I think that actually the people that have a lot riding on keeping this sort of facade going are content creators like yourself.
I don't know why the screen froze. It might be that it's crashing. We'll find out in like 5 seconds if I can't load this. 352? Yep, my player started crashing. 352. Thug walk. I don't give a damn, I don't understand what am I. Plug talk.
I'm like, Dawn in there that I'm missing. How about, is there behind the video the title Runergate Returns, the extreme right, is Dawn's like all I think foolish.
I don't want to.
Data, or you want to dispute Alinea data or whatever, that's different. You're disputing data from the horse's mouth.
That's
Makes
fine.
no sense.
I don't want to interrupt you. You're on a good one there. I just want to focus on like
Has nothing to say back to him.
a lot of what you said. Like, I stream games almost every single night. I talk about games.
Then why is most of your VODs always on your main channel? Could give a damn about your sub channels. Could give a damn about any of that. The shit that is the basis upon which you make your notability and your notoriety and your claim. Why is the majority of your shit always behind members only?
Every single time I stream, I talk about what I love about them. I talk about what I hate about them. Everything
Buried in a clip, not out in public where it can be seen.
you just said seemed like a tremendous amount of guesswork and hypothesis.
Guesswork and hypothesis, otherwise known as reading the threads, reading the posts, reading the video title, watching the video, and discerning the way that you behave and act online. Okay.
About someone you know nothing about. And I don't understand why you would do that, because it makes you look really foolish.
Last video, breaking massive layouts at Ubisoft. Yotape, next video, Yotape flops. Next video, the gamers woke revolution crashes. The next gamer, Microsoft has no clue what gamers want. The next one, man wins women's only Fortnite tournament. The next one, now they're saying Twitch CEO Dan Clancy did nothing wrong. The next one, TwitchCon streamers PC infected by massive virus. Like, where is the game? I'm not seeing anything here. There's no, like, I'm scrolling through your shit. Like, I see nothing about any games. There's nothing about a single. There's nothing about a. I'm calling you out here. There's nothing about a single fucking game on here that you've played. Like, where?
What a shit-eating grin that's on your face right now, Smash. What a shit-eating grin that is on your face right now. No response, no effort, no backlash. No response, no effort, no backlash. That's sad, bro. And you get all thinks you sponsor Robin Hood. Funny. And yes, we should probably have more shareholders that actually play games. Not the mobile shit, but that actually have gamers so they can actually understand the marketplace that they're trying to sell towards. Because then they can be able to have a better finger on the pulse of the industry without needing to have data marketing groups.
Where's the content?
I'm
about it?
also calling you out. Maybe you should watch them to find out.
How about no? How about you didn't have to? How about you didn't want to?
Because, I mean, we both
How about be a better content creator?
live in this world. You understand
How about don't be a shill?
how you title videos
How about how you don't have an opinion?
to get people to get in there and watch what you want to talk about, right?
How about don't try to make an excuse about being a bad businessman because, well, bro, don't you understand how clickbait works? The click was not successfully baited.
No,
this isn't like
we
information
title all
to
the
you,
Sacred Symbols episodes after random song titles, so no, we don't do clickbait, actually.
Okay, well, I wouldn't argue it's clickbait. I would say it's a way to get people interested.
That's clickbait. You're describing clickbait. I have put something upsetting and outrageous in the title, and something upsetting and outrageous and interesting and or funny to me and my particular viewpoints in the content to get you to click on the video to see what it's about. That is clickbait. Even if you're not doing it to piss somebody off, that is clickbait. It's for the exact same reason that I can make my thumbnails the way that I make my thumbnails. You are doing it to get people to want to click on your content. Now, standardizing your thumbnail process for doing so, that's one thing. entirely. But you cannot make the argument you're making right now, bro. You can't. You cannot make your argument right now. You are one of the worst clickbaiters that are out here in the scene. You are one of the worst ones, Jeffrey. No, it don't work.
In a topic that you're going to be talking about. It's applicable. It's not lying about what the topic is, but it's probably the most
If you have to use "but" in the statement, it means that you're not being honest.
interesting part of the story.
No, it should not be the most interesting part of the story. You are trying to work in the field of a journalist. If you are only interested on the most interesting part of the story, you are failing to do your job. Your job is to inform people. It's not to sensationalize the gaming news. If you're sensationalizing the news, you're not talking about the shit that's important. The whole story. The whole story. The whole story. The whole story. Smash. The whole story.
In the video that I want to highlight, but I talk about many things in the videos.
What I think is true is that you wouldn't be able to do what you do if you actually talked about the games.
Again, where are you getting that from?
From the fact that you're not talking about the games. Because if you talked about the games, you wouldn't be able to highlight the more interesting clickbait version of the story that you want to tell. Journalism. Current events. Topics.
Looking at all of your videos.
Okay,
Like all the titles of your video. Is like so I want to understand is within the confines of the video titled Asmongold Gold Destroys Sony Pony Fanboy, is there like a deep analysis of Chronos the New Dawn in there that I'm missing? How about is there behind the video the title Lunar Gate Returns, the extreme right? Is there some sort of real deep dive into like what Xbox's strategy is?
Probably not in that video, but Paul, you have to understand, I publish 4 to 6 videos a day.
Ah, yes, this argument. I love this argument. I publish so much content. I can't quality control for all of it. What do you expect me to do? Actual work?
So sometimes you'll find a video that I post that does apply to what you're interested in. That's the beauty of all this.
I'm like a month back now, and I don't see anything on here about any games.
I'm not going at you for what you talk about. It's very strange.
Because I talk about video games. I don't talk about. Other people and other people's content.
I do too. I'm just making the smart decision of not talking about it because
I'm making the smart decision of not talking about the games because
I don't know enough about what you talk about to even go down that road.
I don't know anything about games journalism to actually talk about the games. Therefore, I am not a games journalist. Therefore, you, Smash JT, are a grifter. You are lying to people about the games industry. You're not telling them what they need to know about the games industry. You are misinformed, and you are misinforming other people because of your desire to attack things and attack arguments and attack situations and attack perspectives and attack entire ideals and ideas, while at the same time enriching yourself off the drama and the clout that comes from doing so, and saying that you are one of the people who speaks to the people. Speaking shit to the people. Putting hot yoga flame in their ears, and it smells like caca. Yes, we all do this!
You're doing that with me, and you're making a fool of yourself right now.
You're making a fool of yourself by saying that I'm evil and I'm a shill, but you are shill. You do not talk about video games. You do not talk about video game content. You talk about drama. You are a drama peddler. And in talking about drama and being a drama peddler, you're not actually able to talk about the depths of what you care about most. You don't have anything you're passionate about because you're not sharing that passion on your gaming shit.
No, I'm not. I'm reading the titles of your own videos.
You absolutely are, because people that watch.
If he reads the titles of your videos and you say that he must be doing this to you because, look, I'm just saying what I'm seeing, would this be expectative in there? Can you tell me as such? The greater point that we made is then your methodology of speaking on things is ineffective, and you are getting a track record and a reputation for yourself because of how you carry yourself. I do not think that there's anything deeper going on inside your head. If it is then the case that you are being facetious, then you're going to get called a liar. So which one would you rather be? Would you rather be ineffectual and incompetent, or would you rather be taken directly seriously as a threat? Which one is preferable to you?
We know that you're making a fool of yourself. If you read the chat, they would be.
If you read the chat room instead of paying attention to this conversation with me to put me in the situation where I'm now pivoting to the chat room, you would know.
Destroying you right now. I'm seeing.
They're eating you alive. They're beating your ass in the chat room. They're ratioing you. This, chat, is what it looks like when you lose the argument.
Yeah, like
Wizards of the Coast joins extremely controversial trans strategy. Within the video, after you click on it, what you'll find is an expose about BioShock. It's just that you're hiding it behind things that really want to click upon.
That's probably in the BioShock videos that I covered. See, that would make no sense. That would actually be clickbait, what you just described.
He doesn't realize he's being made a part of the joke. If he does, he's being facetious and he's sweating under the collar. If he didn't, he just did the thing again.
But anyways, this is kind of circular. Anything else before we wrap it up?
No. You're an interesting character, I'll tell you that.
Well, I really appreciate you joining. I know this wasn't easy for you.
I know this wasn't easy for you. Colin grins and starts laughing by the ridiculousness of this statement on how easy it was to do.
I appreciate your time. Thank you all out there. Good luck with your content. Be well. And, I don't know. Keep on doing whatever's going on here. We'll see you next time.
All right, Colin. Have a good one. Thanks
All
again.
right, bye.
All right, bye.
So, the call ends at 3:47:55, somewhere in the first hour and 30-ish, 15-ish minutes. Now, what happens after all that? Super chats, 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 drinking, super chats, super chats. Just insults to his character, constantly. Money, 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 reactions, money, talking. Fun debate, don't take it too seriously. People that disagree with each other, but you guys aren't so different. Still love you both. Disagree with you sometimes. Hope this happens. Again, actual positive message. Money, money, money. Call on the guest, turn the convo away from the games industry to attack the guy hosting it. Ingrate, it wasn't even a fight. Yet Colin still lost. Okay. Going. Would it help if I said we're tier 1? Going. Sis, a Patreon member here, who would like Colin to acknowledge the industry as a little bit far left activists, who would like people like me to get shot in the neck, that it's okay for these people to not be a part of the industry. Pivoting towards the $20, technically $19.99, but $20 message of, well, he didn't address the fact that he said that there were woke leftists that hate us, so he must be defending the industry, actually. Not things that he said. Spoke to the difference that wasn't the case. More money. I respect Colin for how he stood 10 toes down, but I have a conversation with David Jaff who ridiculed his beliefs, and he didn't even push back because it was David Yaff. Cope, projection, money, more coping, more reading, more laughing. Trust the mob manipulated number and stop asking questions and buy this acceptable game. Sweeping. I worked for a company. I'm a kind of a big deal, bro. Money. Meanwhile, this man's ass is gaped wide the fuck open. Here's Colt. Here's Cass. Colin, you said Smash ID has learned something. When the information is paywalled, you come off as privileged, just trying to get a cheap gotcha. That is fair. How would he know? He doesn't have the figures to own the money. Unfortunately, it's how the industry works. And because the industry works in this way, because of the fact that it is not accessible to the normal person, it is something that is going to be seen as possibly false. This was clearly something that was said earlier in the chat room. So, now, here's the problem that I have with what's happening here. I don't have a problem with people sending the messages and sending the money. What is happening now is that to cover up the fact that he absolutely got mobbed for the purposes of being a journalist, and for clearly saying things about Serrano numbers that were not accurate, even with the argument of, yes, bro, I agree with you. They should have another company that publishes it for free instead of us having to get versions of this number at the time. which that would be the break point. That would be even here. The even break point is, here's the numbers happening at the time of sales, and then after the sales would no longer be affected by this information being leaked, we publicize the numbers from another part of the industry or from a sister company who specializes in the after-action report of the industry. That'd be closer to what you want. You're using the super chats as a cover-up for how embarrassed you just got on this live. 100%. You are hiding how embarrassed you were just made based on all of the things that you discussed, that you talked about, you didn't want to talk about, that you pivoted towards, and that you tried to use as a gotcha to insult his intelligence. And no matter how you sell it, unfortunately, it is the case that you are still embarrassed by this. So now, you're hoping that other people who are wrenched in your chat room or donated a lot of money can be pivoted to save for your attention. And that won't save you. Because how should I take you for your word?
To this, his only stipulation was that this has to be like not paywall. And I'm like,
yes, because if we didn't have that, and if I didn't have the wherewithal to go and save a VOD of it, it would just be what you published. And even then, if it was just the section of the talk, the entirety of this VOD is important. Because look at all this money that's being thrown at you. This one, I don't know what money about it's in, but in the currency amount, it's 100. Here's a $100 message. More money. More money. More money. More money. More money. Here's Hypnotic. More money. No matter how you go around it, you are trying to use people and their money as a way to pivot, you're trying to use the money as a way to pivot from how bad your arguments were and how quick you were to go for things. And then in feeling secure, while saying, hey, they haven't noticed that he has a live gaming channel, because they're not going to go to the gaming channel, they're going to go to your report channel. Because if they wanted to go to your gaming channel, you would have the ability to address it as a part of your reporting channel. Because you would be not just covering drama on your main channel, you'd be covering everything related to gaming, but you wanted to be a drama channel. So, there's that problem. And after doing all this, you then go to another person's reporting of what was happening to you to cope about the fact that they were talking about your discussion. Namely, Review Tech USA. And you go through and you try to do what you usually do as a part of your Smashcast, which is you go live, you talk about drama and news stories and articles, similar to a format like Friday Night Tights, and then, just like on Saturday Night Hypnosis, you try to just move on the conversation. And forget the fact that what just happened to you. And then, it gets into more shit, continuing to talk on the situation that just happened, and then you pivot right into the same shit you always do. Like you didn't do it. Damn, that's so crazy. Is this what they can expect to be able to find and get on your main channel? Then he was 100% correct in calling you what he just called you on. And then that's the end of the fucking call. So, you get fucking murdered debating the actual points that you should have known as a part of the industry. You then hide behind other people's arguments after it's already done. Spirit of the escalator. Spirit de escalar. You're having fridge thoughts. Oh man, it would have been good if I had brought that up in the middle of the chat room. Man, the chat's really roasting his ass. Yeah, that really matters. And everybody else who's looking at this, even after the fact, we're like, this nigga is getting cooked right now. This nigga's getting cooked. And where you could have some good talking points, you ultimately fall the fuck down. Wide open, gaped, dripping. Then, that wasn't the case. What were they talking about yesterday on Saturday Night Hypnosis, bro? I saw the VOD. I saw what was in the VOD. Does not bode well. Does not bode well. And then afterwards, the coping, the seething, the antagonism, the anger at everybody talking to you. Where's the good sport, bro? Why are you speaking like this to all these people? Why are you behaving and acting this way? What exactly is supposed to be saved by your conversations in these matter? What has helped? What are you helping? Like, you were going around and showing images of yourself with your wife as a part of how happy you were about how this went. Right here. Lunch date with my babe. None of this is gonna help you from how you got raped, how you get gaped and raped live on air, bud, and all the other shit that was happening at the same time. If I can find my own goddamn article again, or worse, this thing that you wrote about Mighty Keith, and the fact that you can't call him a grifter just because you don't like him, because in this situation he is deserved and has the right to get an ad and get a sponsor and play the game on camera, because he's playing it on camera and you are not. It's just sad. It's just sad, man. This is bad. This is sad. This is embarrassing. And it was entirely possible that you could have said, you know what, I don't know what I'm talking about. I actually don't work in the games industry. I'm a guy who started talking about my enthusiasm as an enthusiast and as a avid collector and as a fan, because this is my hobby. Then you could have probably gotten away with it. You could have been able to just talk about that. Remove the bluster, remove the bravado, have a real conversation. You didn't want to do that. You wanted to stay in that position of, I know what I'm talking about, I'm part of the industry. Yeah, yeah. Alright. Okay. You do that, buddy. And so, that brings us to the end of the content and thus the end of the stream.